Senior Day Saturday in the Hill City. The Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic returns for day number 2 as we get set for the 4x100 meter relays. We have a long day of sprints ahead, a lot of the quicker events, and it's a great day to do it. We see just a hint of blue in the sky. We couldn't really see it last night as we had rain in the forecast. Today is a different story and a great day for some fast times. Evan Gates and Kevin Esther walking you through the action on the Lynchburg Hornet Sports Network. Kevin, I mean, we already saw some very fast times yesterday, and it matched the expectation. But I think overall, when you look at the Memorial Walk for Frank Sorba, you see all the festivities that have been going on today. It feels very much like Dennis Craddock time. It's just awesome to have everybody here.
Yeah, yesterday it was a lot of high energy and a lot of good vibes just all around the area, kind of setting the stage for today. You're going to see a lot of quick times today. And those quick times you saw yesterday, a lot of those runners making another appearance here this afternoon.
It'll really depend which events they do. You obviously expect that an event like this, the 4x100 meter relay, probably not seeing a lot of repeating athletes from yesterday. But we do have several athletes that you think about. The 400, obviously the 8 on the distance side, as last night was truly a distance affair. We will get set for the 4x100 coming up momentarily. A lot of athletes, you know, either ended up scratching from yesterday or it's a little bit of a different story. Maybe all the events are run today. We know for several of those 4x4s, that might have been part of the game plan with rain in the forecast. So an interesting picture as we dive into Section 1 of the women's 4x1. Randolph's in 2, CNU in the gray uniforms in 3. Lynchburg going to be the favorite in 4, 46-84 time. They competed at the national championships last year. Roanoke in 5, Mary Washington in 6, Nazareth in 7. That battle between Lynchburg and Roanoke, one that will certainly materialize as we go towards the ODAC championships.
Yeah, a lot of implications on this race here this afternoon. Both squads looking to lay down a quick time. I just can't believe how fast ODACs have crept up on us, right? It was 2 weeks ago. We were kind of talking about the outdoor opener for a lot of athletes, and then all of a sudden, it's time to get ready for conference championships.
Not just how quickly they have arrived, but how quick the times have become. One of the better conferences that you'll see on the East Coast. It's an ODAC battle, and 4 and 5. Field underway. Watch out for Nolanda Henderson of Roanoke. Makes up the stagger in a hurry and an opportunity for the Maroons to hand off in front. Handoffs have really plagued several teams at this stage of the season. It's still early. CNU wasn't able to get theirs off in time. Roanoke still looking strong. Lynchburg is going to be in the picture. Heading into the third leg. The Maroons just a few steps ahead. This is crunch time. Who has the final one? Who can do it better? The Maroons still a few steps ahead, and they are sailing home. Lindsey Hoban leaving the field out in front, and Roanoke will come away with the victory. Over 47 seconds. Lynchburg settles for second, Randolph in third. Kevin, again, we have really been a broken record. I think handoffs are really what gave the Maroons an advantage. You think about those legs. Nolanda Henderson on the first one was out in a hurry.
Yeah, and they kind of made it look routine. That's one of those picture-perfect relays. You get all 4 runners on the same page for a lap. Lay down a blister in time, 47.71. That's one that'll definitely lead them in the conference championship time with a lot of momentum.
It's just good to see that you can beat your opponents in the regular season and have that confidence going in. And we know Roanoke is a team that certainly has that aspiration. Think about how during the indoor season you don't get that chance to see a 4x1 or a relay like that. It goes straight to the 4x4. But so far, it is the Maroons that walk away with the first victory of the day. Now moving into the second section, it'll be Meredith in 2 and in lane 3. Longwood in 4, Southern Virginia 5, and Pfeiffer in 6. Most sections today will be fast to slow. So that was the fast section of the women's 4x1. A little bit chillier today here in the Hill City. It will definitely start heating up. It's still early in the day, but temperatures have really been in the 40s to get things started.
Weather was something that was a hot topic yesterday into last night. Luckily, this morning the rain stayed away. You mentioned it. Good to see blue skies over the track in Schellenberger Field.
Obviously a long day of sports, but every single Saturday throughout the spring, you're just hoping that it stays clear because there are so many different teams that would have to either reschedule or get things figured out. We've seen a little bit of rain recently, no lightning delays or anything of the sort, so it's been a great atmosphere. And obviously here on Senior Day, the festivities will begin after the 4x1. Feels like it's picturesque. So going to the final section on the women's side. Up and away we go.
Here we go, clean start, section 2.
Clean starts all around. We mentioned it already, but Southern Virginia and Longwood and lanes 4 and 5 going to be the ones to watch. The high seeds in this section, and Southern Virginia has it left everybody so far heading into the third leg.
Southern Virginia clean on exchange.
That is clean work here through 2. Longwood is really going to have to put stuff into motion if they want to come back in this race. Final exchange for Southern Virginia is clean. Separation in the first leg, and they never looked back. And the Knights will creep just over 50 seconds. The Lancers settle for second. Roanoke, the time from section 1 holds up to be the fastest here at Dennis Craddock.
Southern Virginia made that kind of look routine. Their handoffs clean all the way around the track. You saw the runners on the same page. That's what makes for a quick relay time.
Really no question marks after that one. 46.80, the facility record here. And that'll be an interesting time to see if it ever ends up going down in the near future. Roanoke gets it done in 47.71. We're heading to the men's sections, or we will say just section. There is one on the men's side, and everybody going to be here vying for the win. Ferrum in lane 4 going to be the favorite, a 41-48 seed time, but they have company. It is going to be stacked in the middle lanes. Nazareth's in 1, Randolph in 2, Rio Grande in 3, Ferrum in 4, CNU in 5, Lynchburg in 6, Pfeiffer in 7, Ferrum in 8. So the Panthers have 2 squads. Obviously, it looks like their A team will be the fast one in lane 4. Just about everybody here as well. You don't necessarily see that in some of these events, especially the relays when you have other plans. 7 teams, or no, maybe 6, all ready to go. We do have 7. Lane 8 is unoccupied, so Ferrum decides to go with just 1 squad.
I think this will be interesting because Ferrum, you mentioned they're the favorites. They do have the top mark in the conference right now for Lynchburg. This is the first time that they've actually been able to run a 4x1. We saw them 2 weeks ago at a handoff issue down the back stretch, only 100 meters in. So for them, definitely something they've definitely been working on in practice, trying to clean up. They also don't have one of their main guys in this relay. It looks like it's going to be Michael Ham, Tristan Wright.
Well, the worry here with a 4x1 too is you want to make sure that you get a mark down for the conference championships, and sometimes that can mean those handoffs need to be a little more careful.
Yeah, we've got a white flag in zone 1.
Nick Raya is the guy in for Lynchburg with Ham, Tristan Wright, Jalen Jones. It's Nick Raya in that slot.
Not a lot of time to wait either until 100 prelims. We know that Tristan Wright and Jalen Jones both in the fast section of the preliminary round. We will see if that has any impact. This relay has to be seamless, and it's going to take something quick to get it done. Expect Ferrum to be out in a hurry. This Ferrum team with Green, Smith, Lawson, and Jones. Everybody down in their blocks, just about ready to go. 7 teams making the trip around the oval.
If you want to see a quick split, Michael Ham for the Hornets right here, but then Jamal Jones, he's been so fast in the 100 this season. We're going to get a glimpse of what he can do.
Clean starts all around, and here we go. Good start so far on the outside. C&U and Lynchburg going to be in perfect position. Again, we mentioned handoffs. The Hornets have really made up the stagger on the outside. Rio Grande has a brilliant handoff as well on the inside. This is going to be lightning quick heading into the final leg. It's anybody's game, but Rio Grande trying to run away with it. Can Tristan Wright play catch up in the final 50 meters? It's going to come down to the line, and the freshman might have gotten him.
Tristan Wright, how do you do, young fella?
What a performance from the school record holder in the 100 and the 200. An absolute boomerang for Lynchburg to come back in this race. If you put it in the ballpark, he'll find a way to catch it. That's got to give you confidence ahead of the hundreds a little bit later. Rio Grande thought it was sealed. The envelope was left wide open.
And Lynchburg, the ground that Jalen Jones was able to make up in that second leg, you saw the seamless transition from Michael Ham to Jalen Jones. A little bit of a stumble going into the third leg. That's where Rio Grande made up so much of their time. But I mean, you can have a 10-meter lead, it seems like, in a 100, and Tristan Wright can hawk you down in a heartbeat.
That has to give you confidence going into the conference championships if you're the other 3 guys around the oval for Lynchburg. It was some very strong legs on the others. We don't want to discredit that. But Rio Grande had this race sealed going into the final leg. Some really nice handoffs. If the Hornets just clean up that, they can figure out a few things. It is going to be special seeing what they can accomplish down the stretch. An absolute show here in the first event. Pair of ODAC foes in the battle. 460 conquer the 4x100 meter relays. Roanoke snatches the women's side. The Lynchburg men victorious here in our first event. We'll get set for Senior Day recognition coming up very shortly. A lot of Hornets going to be recognized, including some of the grad students that have served or performed for this team for so long, and we are excited to be able to shine a light on that. I mean, Kevin, you know, it's difficult too because, as we just said, if you walk the 100 meters down the straightaway, you got to get ready for prelims. But, I mean, after that, you know, how do you keep the adrenaline going?
Well, for a guy like Tristan Wright, you saw what he's able to do there in the relay. With the prelims coming up, man, I think he's going to lay down a blistering time. He was kind of upset 2 weeks ago at the Jack Toms meet with his performance, although he set the school record by some margin. You can see right there, definitely a little motivation in his step, and I think for him today could be a really, really big day in closing that gap in the conference times.
Definitely going to be marks to watch. Tristan Wright one of the headliners so far. We'll get set for the Senior Day stuff coming up momentarily. Everybody making their way to the middle of the field, so we will step aside and come back with some of the recognition. We'll turn things over to Daniel Cutright, our PA announcer, to get those announcements out there. We'll be right back on LHSN.
Get small classes, nationally recognized mentoring and advising, and a community that has your back every step of the way at the University of Lynchburg.
My name is Joshua Carr. I am a senior. I am a theater major as well as a history minor. I live in 5th Street, the historic black neighborhood. The money came in, transfer, scholarship, all that. I appreciate that greatly. I'm smart too. So they gave it like, you smart, here. You know what I'm saying? You come here to do a job. I came here to do a job. A student's job is to get that degree and make something of ourselves. I love the diversity here. I love the different interests of people here. I can teach somebody that doesn't know what I know, and that person can teach me something that I don't know that they know. That's what I love about my school. They respect that and they allow us to showcase and voice our expressions. That's what you get here. You get diversity, you get different people with different knowledge coming together, sharing information and helping each other out. That's what I love. That's why I say people. I love the people here.
My favorite thing about public relations, just building relationships with people and the public from an organization perspective to make sure that you're really understanding each other. You can do a lot with communications, like the people I've talked to. It's a lot of applications, whether or not you're going into nonprofit or like the public sector or private sector. It's just communication is everywhere and it's always important. I really like the teaching here at the University of Lynchburg because I've had a lot of classes that have like practical applications. So for example, the writing that I've done in my strategic PR class has allowed me to apply to internships with those stuff that I've written about. I applied and got the internship at the Office of Equity and Inclusion for their newsletter that comes out every month.
Be ready for anything, okay?
Come on, let's go together! Together, let's go! Come on! Let's go! Keep going!
Carry this to deck to it. Straight? Straight up? Yep. Yeah. Cool! Come on, there you go, come on! Good one! Alright guys, you see the meat grinder down here?
Welcome back to the Hill City. The Senior Day recognition just about underway for the Lynchburg Hornets. If you're joining us from afar, glad you are here. At Jack M. Tom's track, we're going to turn things over to our PA man, Daniel Cutright. He'll get all the recognition going and discuss some of the accolades and the careers for so many of these athletes that have had some fantastic tenures here in the Hill City. But glad that the weather has cooperated. It's been a great start to the meet so far after the 4x100. The president's in attendance as well. Always a fun time when Allison Morrison Shetler is in the house. Everybody's good to go. We'll turn things over.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, if you would turn your attention to the infield for our senior recognition. We'll start with the men's graduate senior athletes. First up, Josh Fretwell of Roanoke, Virginia. Finishing the graduate program in athletic training Fretwell, a 2024 All-ODAC 3,000-meter steeplechase competitor and a 2025 ODAC distance medley relay champion. Tor Hotong Davidson of Oakton, Virginia, finishing up his graduate program in nonprofit leadership. A six-time NCAA Division III All-American, 2024 NCAA Division III DMR National Champion, 2024 Academic All-American, 2023 NCAA Division III South Region Indoor Track Athlete of the Year, a 16-time NCAA Division III All-South Region competitor, 2025 ODAC Track Athlete of the Year, and 7-time ODAC champ. Sam Laneza of Bristow, Virginia, completing his MBA in Sports Management, 2024 NCAA Division III 1,500-meter national champ. He's a 2024 NCAA Division III DMR national champ, a 9-time All-American, 4-time NCAA Division III South Region Athlete of the Year, 2020 Academic All-American, a 29-time NCAA Division III All-South Region competitor, 3-time ODAC Track Athlete of the Year, 8-time ODAC champ, part of the men's distance medley relay school record-holding team. DeMonte Mosley of Chesterfield, Virginia, completing his graduate degree in nonprofit leadership. Next up, we'll have our women's graduate senior athletes. Allison Bopst of Swedesboro, New Jersey, completing her graduate degree in biology. A 15-time NCAA Division III Southeast All-Region athlete, 7-time ODAC champ, 15-time All-ODAC, 7-time All-State, and a 4-time USTF-CCCA Academic All-American. Courtney Drum of Emerald Isle, North Carolina, completing her doctorate of physical therapy degree. 2024 NCAA Division III National Qualifier at 10,000 meters. She was an NCAA Division III National Qualifier in cross country in 2023. 2024 Academic All-American, a 6-time NCAA Division III All-South Region competitor, 3-time ODAC champ, and 5-time All-ODAC competitor. Betsy Mockern of Livonia, New York, completing her graduate degree in athletic training, NCAA Division III All-American, a 3-time NCAA Division III National Qualifier, 14-time NCAA Division III Southeast All-Region competitor, 7-time ODAC champ, 14-time All-ODAC, 9-time All-State, 2-time All-American in the academic side of the USTF-CCCA, and the school record holder on the 4x400-meter relay team. Now for our men's seniors. First up is Brian Flowers of Suffolk, Virginia, majoring in business administration, 3-time NCAA Division III Southeast All-Region competitor, 4-time ODAC champ, 5-time All-ODAC, 3-time All-State. Julian Powell of Yorktown, Virginia, majoring in computer science, 2-time NCAA Division III Southeast All-Region, 5-time All-ODAC. Andrew McCormick of Lynchburg, Virginia, completing his degree in exercise physiology. Michael Ham of Martinsville, Virginia, majoring in health and physical education. He's a 1-time NCAA Division III Southeast All-Region, 9-time All-ODAC, and 1-time All-State. Congratulations, brother. Good to have your buddy calling that one out, Mike. Jacob Hodnett of Cloverdale, Virginia, getting his degree in exercise physiology. 1-time NCAA Division III National Champ, 3-time NCAA Division III All-American, 3-time NCAA Division III National Qualifier, 7-time NCAA Division III Southeast All-Region, 3 times an ODAC champ, 8-time All-ODAC, 5-time All-State, a 3-time USTF CCCA Academic All-American. Cooper Hurst of Chesapeake, Virginia, majoring in biomedical science. He was a 2023 and 2024 NCAA Division III cross-country national qualifier, 4-time NCAA Division III All-South Region, 3-time Academic All-American, 2025 ODAC Scholar Athlete of the Year, a 2-time ODAC champ, and a 7-time All-ODAC competitor. Jalen Jones of Richmond, Virginia, majoring in sports management, 1-time All-ODAC. Holds a school record at 60 meters, 6.89 seconds. Marko Kovacevic of Concord, Mass, majoring in business administration. 2025 NCAA All-American in the distance medley relay. 2022 NCAA Division III cross-country qualifier. 2023 Academic All-American, a 5-time NCAA Division III All-South Region competitor, and an ODAC champ in the 2023 distance medley relay. Nick Raya of Gloucester, Virginia, majoring in intelligence studies and criminology, 2-time ODAC champ, 2-time All-ODAC competitor. Grant Williams of Virginia Beach, Virginia, majoring in exercise physiology. Chase Maters of Mechanicsville, Virginia, majoring in business administration. Now for our women's seniors. Jenna Andresic of Baltimore, Maryland, majoring in nursing. Allison Dell of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, majoring in exercise physiology. A 3-time NCAA Division III All-American, 12-time NCAA Division III All-South Region competitor. She was a 2021 ODAC Rookie of the Year, a 3-time ODAC champ, 15-time All-ODAC competitor. She holds the indoor 5,000 meter school record with a time of 17:04.34. Sarah James of Bristow, Virginia, majoring in special education, 3-time NCAA Division III cross-country national qualifier, a 4-time Academic All-American, 5-time NCAA Division III All-South Region competitor, 6-time All-ODAC, and the 2022 ODAC Rookie of the Year. Molly Silva of Neptune City, New Jersey, majoring in nursing, 3-time NCAA Division III cross-country national qualifier, 3-time Academic All-American, a 3-time NCAA Division III All-South Region competitor, 5-time All-ODAC performer. Kiara Smith of Amherst, Virginia, majoring in health promotions, an NCAA Division III Southeast All-Region competitor, ODAC champion, 1-time All-ODAC and 1-time All-State. Haley Smith of Lively, Virginia, majoring in exercise physiology. She was a 2023 NCAA Division III qualifier at 800 meters, 2-time Academic All-American, a 5-time NCAA Division III All-South Region performer, 2022 and 23 ODAC Rookie of the Year, 4-time ODAC champ, and a 5-time All-ODAC performer. Maddie Brainerd of Trumansburg, New York, majoring in history. Anna Miller of Thaxton, Virginia, majoring in biomedical science. And as we wrap up the recognition of our seniors, I want to make one more recognition here. Coach Frecker, after a decade of incredible leadership, Coach Jim Sprecher will depart Lynchburg at the end of the 2025 outdoor track season to join USC Aiken. Under his leadership, the Hornet programs earned national titles and podium placements, countless All-Americans, and 27 ODAC championships. But more than the victories, Coach Sprecher helped foster a culture of excellence and care. Coach Sprecher leaves behind a legacy of excellence and impact, and we are incredibly grateful for all he has done for the Lynchburg community and the effort he has poured into the student athletes here. Thank you, Coach, for your impact on Lynchburg athletics and the lives you've touched. You'll always be a Hornet. Congratulations once again to all of our seniors.
Always great to have the seniors and the grad students in the house. It's a pretty big squad, as you see on the field right now. You got to have a pretty wide camera lens to make sure everybody's in the picture, but there is so much history in just that one frame. You see the national champs. Obviously, you heard some of the resume for Coach Sprecher that will be departing for USC Aiken at the end of the year. I mean, like, it's such a special resume, but that doesn't happen without this group on the field right now, several of whom have either qualified for nationals or been national champs.
Yeah, you kind of just listening in to our PA man introduce these seniors. Every single one of them is almost like a household name around the campus of Lynchburg, right? They've all had some sort of impact, and it's fostered such a great community. You see so many different athletes out here supporting these seniors today. Coach Sprecher, of course, you touched on it. Such a big impact on each one of the seniors' lives and the impact they've had on his life as well. They've done a lot of great things the last 4 or 5 years that each one of these students have been here.
Well, it's been special to see the progression and the trajectory of what exactly Lynchburg is trying to accomplish. If you remember back in the indoor season up in Rochester, this men's team placed 4th in the nation. It was their first podium finish in school history. They had a national champ last year. In fact, 2 national championship performances with the DMR and the 1500. The squad is expecting more. I think Coach Sprecher's vision has really afforded the opportunity to think bigger and beyond. Obviously, Jake Reed, the distance coach, right now an assistant with the track and field squad, will take over as the director next season. But what happens if you don't have a Coach Sprecher in this program? I don't know if they reach this height, and honestly, I don't know if everybody is feeling as invested as they do.
Yeah, he's definitely paved the way. I mean, his leadership, his guidance, his ability to just connect with all of these athletes and build that sense of community within this team. It's something that it's going to be here well after Coach Sprecher leaves, and it's something that's going to have an impact on each one of the athletes that he was able to coach on their lives.
Well, definitely seeing the love around right now in the infield, and it's a reason why so many people are here. Even the parents and the friends and family, everybody is wanting to be here and be involved, and it just feels so special to have this opportunity. Now we think about looking forward at events even today, knowing it's not necessarily the last home meet, but it is really nearing that direction. Obviously, the Hill City Twilight is really restricted to only athletes that need the Hill City Twilight in that final qualifier. And so it's going to feel special today, maybe a little emotional for some of the athletes that are finishing things up, but you just kind of recognize there's still going to be fast times and still some really competitive fields.
It's always a privilege to be a part of these ceremonies, but as you mentioned, we got a lot of things at hand here today as we get set to turn the page. A lot of fast times getting ready to lay down. A couple have already been laid down today in the relays.
Didn't take long. If you're just joining us, Roanoke on the women's side was able to capture the women's 4x1 win, and then Lynchburg in catch-up fashion, courtesy of Tristan Wright, able to pull away from Rio Grande in the final few meters of the men's 4x100. We're going to transition to the 100-meter dash very soon. Now it's a different format because there will be prelims now and finals later in the meet. But what's so interesting about it is the NCAA has set a rule where in prelims you still have to have the fast 8 seeds in one section. So there is essentially a fast heat of prelims that you will see, and it's always sporadic as well. It might not necessarily be the first section. And so it's interesting to see that, yes, you have a preliminary round with 7 or 8 heats, but almost all of those finalists could come from one section.
Yeah, we kind of saw that a little bit a couple of weeks ago during the Jack M. Toms Invitational, right? We talked about the fast heat, but then there were a couple athletes throughout the rest of those heats that you had to keep an eye on because they come out with something to prove, saying, hey, I'm here to run a quick time as well.
It's very exciting, but it's almost too much to be able to pay attention to in the early portion of the meet, recognizing, oh my goodness, there's so many resumes, so many athletes worthy of making the final just from that heat alone, but you still got to recognize other heats are out there, and even the athletes with no times. You know, it's still somewhat early in the season. I mean, there are still a few weeks till conference championships, so if you're making a 100 debut, you might come in and sneak into those top 8 finalists. There'll be a lot to discover, but as we get set for it, it will be the women before the men. At least that's what it's looking like on our sheet going through the schedule for the rest of the day. The hundreds in this prelim round will be coming up, followed by the 100 and 110 meter hurdles. 400s are after that. Then we go to the 100-meter final, followed by the 8, 400 hurdles, 3,000 steeplechase, and the final event of the day is the 200-meter dash. A little unconventional, but we had the 4x4 last night.
It's going to be a lot of fun. There's so many different events today. Of course, you still got the field events going on that we'll keep you updated with as they happen. But just starting out the relays, going into the 100 meters, got some hurdles coming up. Like you mentioned, end of the day with the 200. It's a pretty good main event to end on, right? That's where we've seen a lot of quick times this season in the ODAC.
Well, it's also special knowing that with the 200, you know, you have these athletes that have already run several things throughout the day, but it'll be interesting to see what we have in store later. The 100 is probably the most popular event in the outdoor track and field climate, but that being said, you know that there are several others that can really pique your interest in the 100 like we're going to see today. You got to feel like times are starting to trend in the right direction. You know the conference championships and the postseason are coming, and not necessarily that these athletes are trying to wait to post a nice time. They'd like to do it today, but conditions are not always optimal. You got wind in effect. It'll be neat to see what happens with this one. We had a lot of field events going on yesterday. A reminder, the Blue Ridge Timing has all of your live results. You can find all that good stuff today. The field events contested on this Saturday. It started with the men's hammer throw earlier this morning. The women's triple jump also going on. Women's high jump, men's shot put, women's discus, the men's high jump, men's triple jump, women's shot put, and men's discus. So the pole vault was yesterday. It was inside Wakefield House. A little bit of a difference with the rain in the forecast.
you're just sitting here on Blue Ridge Timing kind of looking at these entry sheets, the 100, the 200, the 400, and there's a lot to look forward to today. Some really quick athletes, both the men's and women's section. It's going to be a lot of fun to keep track of this afternoon.
6 sections of the women's 100. And what's even crazier, I don't know if I've ever seen this, Kevin, or at least it's been in a little bit of time. I think we have more 800 runners than we do 100. And, you know, maybe that's just something we haven't paid attention to, but it's a pretty wide disparity this time because there are several athletes in that 800 a little bit later on. I think for the women, it's 7 sections.
Yeah, and we got to see, you know, a couple of those athletes yesterday in action. Sophie Farley coming back out for Longwood. She ran an amazing mile time. She's going to be tuned in, trying to get a good 800 time down as well. A couple of ODAC athletes doing the double up this weekend.
And it is more common for those athletes running the 15 and the 8. You don't necessarily see it with those 10K athletes from yesterday. But that being said, at this point in the season, it's not always a guarantee that you're going to have to do multiple events. Some teams will just slot them in one and see what you can do, go try and post a PR. But it feels like a lot of coaches really starting to emphasize it now. At the conference championships, you're going to have multiple events. You're going to have to go out there and feel tired and not necessarily perfect for some of your other stuff. How do you work through that?
You know, you kind of normalize seeing that done here. We actually saw a couple of Lynchburg athletes doing the double in the NCAA championships and indoor season, right, up in Rochester?
That's right. A lot on that distance side and a little bit more variety in that department. You think about the sprints, especially not having that 4x1 in the indoor season. It's normally the 60 and the 200, unless you have enough length to either go with the hurdles or the 400. Such a fun time up in Nazareth. Heard some conversations earlier, you know, just asking the Nazareth coaching staff. The weather has to feel pretty good, right? And, you know, it is 50 here, so one would think it has been a little colder up north. Well, during the indoor championships up there, it was 60s and 70s. It felt like springtime, and you probably could have had that event outside if you wanted to.
You gotta love weather along the East Coast, right? We always kind of get the bipolarness of Mother Nature right here in the Hill City. With 2 weeks ago, it was, you know, high 80s, humid. Runners looked like they were having a miserable day, and then you come into this weekend and it was mid to high 40s yesterday into last night. A little bit of rain in the forecast, and then even today the rain cleared up, but we're still bouncing right around that mid 50s range. So definitely on the cooler side for this event, but I'm sure the athletes don't mind it.
Well, yesterday it worked out. Several PRs, but we were seeing personal best by a minute plus, especially in that 10K to wrap things up. That was really an exciting event, and got to see some of the fans from Davis and Elkins out. Take a look at the pit. We've seen events going on throughout the day. Obviously, if you're a Lynchburg fan, there have been several athletes that have gone to the national level and really made some noise.
It's definitely good to see the pit not quite as wet as it was yesterday, right? We kind of had that conversation about which one would be more comfortable to jump in, the standard sand or what we saw yesterday, which was almost mud, right?
It was really heavy, and it definitely helps things out. This time around, we're going to transition to the women's 100. We mentioned that it is going to be a fast section in each prelim. Well, it just so happens on the women's side, it's going to be the first one, and it's going to be lightning quick. Facility record is 11:63. All of these athletes seeded over 12 seconds. But when you look at the seed times, Elle Bass of Liberty, one to watch in lane 5. She's been so impressive. That 12:01 PR from Jack Toms, just behind her teammate Mahogany Mobley, the transfer from Kentucky. Bass also recorded a 200 PR at Jack Toms, so she is in great shape right now at this point of the season, but she's going to have so much company, and several of these athletes expect to move on to the finals. Joelle Patton of Liberty, a 12:41 personal best, is in 1. Redshirted last outdoor season. She was 6th at Jack Toms. Nawanda Henderson had a great start in the 4x1 for Roanoke. She's in lane 2. She has conference aspirations of maybe going on to try and take a title and challenge Jade Buckles, who won that ODAC Indoor Championships for Bridgewater. Yasmin Dean from Mary Washington, the freshman from Fredericksburg, out of James Monroe High School. 12:59 PR back then. She has a 12:01 mark coming in now. We will see what she can do to put up a quick time. Janelle Anderson of Shenandoah is in 4. 12:55 personal best, ran 12:88 at the Colonial Relays last time out. She's 6th in the ODAC. Mentioned Bass, the fast seed in 5. Eleanor Hinckley, another one of the Maroons for Roanoke, in 6. The 12:36 PR, raced at the NCAA Outdoor Championships last year. Riley Turner PRs every single race she steps on the track for. She's in 7, trying to make noise here for the Hornets. And Elena Morley of Nazareth is in 8. Hold your breath. This is going to be quick here in prelims. How many of these athletes can move on to the final? Clean start, and here we go. Bass of Liberty, a few quick steps already. Yasmin Dean might be trying to pull away neck and neck. This prelim looks comfortable, and Yasmin Dean is going to walk away with this one. Wow, 11:90 for a personal best. Number 4 in Division III coming into the weekend, and that looked like smooth sailing. Elle Bass in 2nd, Nalanda Henderson in 3rd. Wow, wind is perfect. That one will go down as a personal best for Yasmin Dean. She does it in prelims, and it looked smooth as butter. A clean start, and that drive phase all the way through. Really no obstacles. So 8th place Eleanor Hinckley in that section ran 12:79. That's going to be the mark to beat. And obviously we mentioned several of those athletes will go on, likely to the finals in a little bit. We will see what these other athletes can do. This section features athletes all above 13 seconds. Looks like a few changes in the heat sheet. Selah Parker, the freshman for Lynchburg, is in lane 1. Competing in her first season for the Hornets, played basketball on the hardwood. Maya Powell-Utley of Shenandoah, Kaylin Hill running unattached. Hannah Schminke, another freshman for the Hornets. And 4, Amani Key of Methodist, Elise Curtis of Southern Virginia, Ariana Beverly of Ferrum, and Lily Whiting of Randolph. Underway, going to be interesting to see what wins this section. Everybody staying close. Selah Parker on the inside might have this one out of lane 1. Easily capturing it, 13:24. She has really started to perform well. A jumper for the Hornets. That was one of the initial assignments. Now coming around the oval and starting to produce some strong times. Powell-Utley of Shenandoah finishes 2nd, 13:32. Kaylin Hill right behind in 3rd.
Jayden Turner of Randolph in lane 1. Jenna Fox of Roanoke in 2. Tatiana Langston of Randolph in 3. Alexis Lasher of Nazareth in 4. Clooney Smith of Longwood in lane 5.
Heavy Randolph contingent here in this 3rd section. Going to be exciting to watch what they do from right down the road. They have had some strong performances, a lot of school records in recent time for the Wildcats. Jaden Turner is in lane 1. Riley Turner's sister. Riley, somebody competing for Lynchburg, who has really found success as well, and they have both produced some steady PRs. Kenna Fox of Roanoke's in 2. Tatiana Langston for Randolph in 3. A speedster, 12:46 time coming into this one. Alexis Lasher of Nazareth's in 4. Trinity Smith of Longwood in 5. Kylie Montgomery of Rio Grande in 6. Kendra Smith, the 3rd Wildcat from Randolph in 7. And Brianna Taylor running unattached in 8.
You were talking about the Turner sisters. If I was a betting man, I'd almost have money that Riley's going to be down here on this finish line waiting on her sister to give her a big hug at the end of this race. It seems like every week they compete at the same meet. One of them's waiting for the other at the finish line.
Sibling connection is seamless. The start is for this race, too. Anybody's game. Kylie Montgomery of Rio Grande at a few nice steps. She gets out and holds it through the line. 12:61. That's a quick time, and for these athletes, we saw everybody over 13 in the last section. This one dips down a little bit more. Tatiana Langston and Jaden Turner for Randolph complete the podium. So that puts Kylie Montgomery in the final. Really difficult to judge what you're looking at. The bubble time now 12:73 as we move into section 4.
That's always the rough part, right? Whenever we go over and talk about the fast heats, that's kind of who you anticipate seeing in the finals. But then, as we kind of mentioned, some of these runners in these later heats kind of say, hey, you know, I got something in the tank too. I want to show what I got. You see it right there with Montgomery punching her ticket into the finals for now.
That looked comfortable, and especially early in the season when everybody hasn't necessarily thrown out their A+ stuff yet. You don't know if those results are waiting around and can definitely go and make some noise. Next section features Olivia Dawson of UNCG, Mason Jenkins of Longwood, Naomi Rhodes of Longwood, Melania Millard of UNCG, May Kaufman of Roanoke, Messiah Howell of Pfeiffer, Jasmine Kendrick of Nazareth, and Maya Hunt for Southern Virginia. Queen starts all the way around. Melania Millard had a step or two for UNCG, but now you got to turn your eyes to Rhodes for Longwood. Anybody's game. Don't rule out May Kaufman of Roanoke. It is May Kaufman, 12:98, 2 ticks under 13. Naomi Rhodes goes just over for second. Messiah Howell of Pfeiffer in third. Just 2 more sections of the prelims here on the women's side. It's all a lightning quick one up front. This is that no time section, Kevin, and if anybody's going to try and challenge for the finals, you got to expect them to come from this heat.
Yeah, we saw this quite a bit during the Jackie M. Tom's Invitational. This was kind of the section that everybody kind of had their eyes on. It was a wild card, right? You didn't really know what to expect.
It's going to be a lot of fun knowing that it is obviously a wild card, but obviously a lot of chances for improvement, and one of the only times registered is from Sarah Ra of Ferrum. She's in lane 2, 16:01. Got to see what she can throw down, but for the others in this section, it's Jocelyn Zonka of Longwood in 1, Ra of Ferrum in 2, Abigail Clayton of Meredith in 3, Faith Sidwell of Liberty in 4, Hannah Parks of Ferrum in 5, Maddie Morton of Meredith in 6, Zanaya Cannon of Pfeiffer in 7, and Kimmy Fari of Longwood in 8. 6 athletes with no time. Faith Sidwell for Liberty, somebody to maybe keep your eyes on here. Up and away. Middle lane's the ones to watch. Clayton for Meredith. A few steps in front, a chance to go to the finals, and it looked like it ends up being over 13, just barely. 13:07 for Clayton. And Faith Sidwell finishes in 13:16. Jocelyn Zonka ends up crossing the line in 3rd for the Lancers, and that'll bring us to our 6th and final section for the women's 100-meter dash. Large Methodist contingent this time around. Emma Kelly of Ferrums in 1. Jalen Thornton of Meredith in 2. Alona Bryant of Meredith in 3. Kayleen Grulon of Methodist in 4. Desariah Perrin of Methodist in 5. Alexandria Wilborn of Methodist in 6. Amani Hardin of Randolph in 7. And Zoe Wagner of Ferrum in 8. Right now, 12:73 is still that time to beat. Janelle Anderson sits in 8th. Yasmin Dean leads the way. Division III number 4 result with an 11:90 qualifier. The freshman has been flying this season. First time under 12. Looks like we'll have 5 athletes getting down in their blocks this time around before we transition to the men's races. Remember, those 4x1s were earlier today, so a lot of these athletes still not fresh. Up and away. Just 1 for the Monarchs. Got to watch out for Thornton in lane 2. But now, the Monarchs in 5. Perrin, a chance to go a tight finish. Finals will end up being solidified with that time. Perrin 13:80 for the win. That was one nobody really wanted to take a commanding lead to start things out. We will move on to the men's 100. But as we said, the time from Janelle Anderson sticks. It was an early section, but 12:73 ends up being that cutoff time. It's Yasmin Dean, Elle Bass, Nalonda Henderson, Joelle Patton, Riley Turner, Elena Morley, Kylie Montgomery, and Janelle Anderson, the top 8 in that section.
And with the men's coming up, it's kind of unorthodox the way they set these heats up, right? Obviously, you want to keep your eye because anything can happen in any of them. But with the seed times, heat 4, the quickest ones, those are the heavy hitters. Heat 6 also has a lot of guys, almost everybody sub 11. And then heat 8, one of them no-time heats that you got to keep an eye out for because you never know who can peek out of that bunch and kind of spoil a day for some of the finalists.
Definitely smart to headline that now, because if you're just joining us, it's prelims then finals for the 100-meter dash. So you got to do 2 if you want to get the win, and we will see what this first section has in store. But like Kevin mentioned, heat 4 will be the flaming one. We'll have to keep our eyes peeled on that one. Jacob Deal for CNU here in this first section from CNU, an 11:30 seed time, is going to come in as that unconventional favorite if you're just looking at seeds. 7:43.60 during the indoor season as a freshman. This is his first outdoor meet. Rest of the field here is Aiden Stewart of Longwood in 1. Always quick. He can run several different distances. David Dennis of Methodist is in 2. Langley Forte for CNU in 3. Josiah Woods of Methodist in 4. Carson Grew of Pfeiffer in 5. Jacob Deal of Christopher Newport in 6. Tristan Duplessis of Longwood in 7. Max Taylor of CNU in 8. Facility record for the men's 100 is 10:31. It was set back in 2021. That is actually, Kevin, until our last meet. That's looking at the board before we've updated it. Credit to Amari Lewis for Liberty, who ended up getting that record.
Yeah, it was him and his sister that come in here and kind of took the world by shock, put him on notice a couple of weeks ago.
I mean, that was impressive. He ran 10:24 here. Went down to the Florida relays and ran 10:05.
My goodness.
Just ticks away from breaking 10 seconds. And you got to feel like with his passion and his drive, he's going to get there. He's probably just a walking facility record at this point. Anywhere he goes, he has a chance to put down a quick time, and one of the fastest. It was so much fun hosting him and hosting this Liberty squad at Jack Tom's. Several of their athletes right back here in the equation at Dennis Craddock.
And what's so cool about the hunters, if you look at the ODAC standings right now, the top 3, a bit of a 3-headed monster. I mean, it could go either way. You got Jamal Jones coming in. 10:27 is his PR, top of the conference. Brady Fowler, of course, that's a name that's been around for years in the ODAC from Roanoke. 10:35 is his mark. Of course, we talked a lot about Tristan right here from Lynchburg. He's a freshman at 10:42. Those 3 guys, they're going to put on a show anytime they get to race against each other. So if you got a chance, that conference championship's going to be one to not miss out on.
EMU is going to have its hands full with the ODAC championship. So much fun, and it feels like it is quickly approaching, but you recognize the fact that we really don't have a true favorite. You know, sometimes in years past, you've seen 1 or 2 guys, and you're like, okay, that is it. You know, Brady Fowler has obviously had some dominance in the conference. Now it is such a question mark. So many different athletes that can come out, and especially knowing that this weekend and next weekend might put some wrinkles in the picture. Still a lot of times that can be solidified for those conference marks. Just about ready to get set here for this first section. 10 on the men's side, and heat 4 is the fast one.
Men's 100 getting set to go here.
Up and away we go. Everybody evenly running this one. Maybe the middle lanes. Carson Grew from Pfeiffer. Aiden Stewart came back in that one from Longwood. The speed in the final half of that race, 11:10 for a solid performance. And it was as close as anticipated, 11:13 to our eyes. It looked extremely tight down the final 10 or 20 meters.
5 of the 7 athletes in that race is with PRs. It's definitely something we're going to see. It's a common trend. Whenever you kind of get these heats, you know you got to lay something quick down.
Obviously, wind's still legal, and an 11:10 time is legit when you're looking early in these preliminary heats. Those top 4 all earning personal best as we move into the second section. Darnell Alexander Jr. of Methodist is in 1. Gary Hunter of Randolph in 2. Leo Brennan of CNU in 3. Joshua Freeman of Methodist in 4. And Jeremiah Freeman of Methodist in 5. Colby Simone of King in 6. Kyle Kurtz of Randolph in 7. Nayan Mehta running unattached in 8.
Freeman, that's the guy that's ran, what, everything so far in his collegiate career, at least on the shorter side of distance or shorter side of sprints.
I mean, you go all the way up really to the 800 with Freeman, Everything except the 200, which was one of those conventional sprint events. You'd think he would do that before some of the other stuff, but he's run the 800. He has been great for the Monarchs.
And that's not to mention what he's done in field accomplishments, right?
Third in the conference in the long jump, first in the triple. They are in the middle lanes. The white sleeves with the green singlets as well for Methodist. That's a nice look. It is bright. You see so many teams with the reds and blues nowadays in the collegiate landscape. That throw in some different colors. The green and gold.
It's so cool to see the difference of kind of mindsets, right? These guys come out with sleeves and undershorts and undershirts on, and then on the distance side, those guys are like, no, I just want, you know, what do I even have to wear a jersey?
That's
I feel
right.
like it adds weight on.
And the temperature has been almost the exact same. Here we go. Good start in the middle lanes as we expected. Freeman getting out in a hurry, and he's going to hold it through the line. Not much of a question with that one. 11:27 as advertised. Personal best, Leo Brennan able to get in the PR chase as well from CNU, 11:46, and Kyle Kurtz in the top three, 11:66. Fast heat on deck, but this one's another quick one. There's low 11s. Can't count anything out yet. Jalen Williams of Southern Virginia is in 1. Bryson Smith of Rio Grande in 2. Roderick Moss of Rio Grande in 3. Jack Pomikai of Nazareth is in 4. A decathlete, 17:12, 110 hurdles last time out. He has the fast seed in the section. His teammate Ben Lewis is in 5. Darius Jackson of Pfeiffer's in 6. Elvin Chandler of Methodist in 7. Faithful Fulcher of Randolph in 8. Kevin, what's your initial looks at these hundreds? Obviously, you recognize quick starts are resulting in some strong performances, but a lot of PRs.
Yeah, I think that's just kind of an addition to the field, right? You kind of know going into these heats, you're going to have to run something quick because this field is so stacked. Even what we're calling the slower heats, it's kind of a knock on these guys because they're running so fast. We're seeing PRs knocked out left and right. That's just a competition everybody's racing against here this afternoon.
It is really difficult to try and direct our attention, you know, what's fast and what's not in a race like this, because so many athletes, I think a PR is a good measuring stick, knowing, okay, it's the best that you've done. But you're starting to see that even in these sections that aren't necessarily the quote-unquote fast one, these athletes are putting down some nasty times. Watch the middle lanes for Nazareth, but right now, Roderick Moss also getting out. It's going to be tight through the line, anybody's game. Oh, wow. Jalen Williams and Darius Jackson made that one extremely tight. Might come down to a third decimal, 11:26 for Jackson. 11:27 for Jalen Williams. Just 100th of a second. Not the Jalen Williams from OKC, by the way. We got to make that clarification.
Yeah, there's a couple of these names that kind of match on with professional athletes.
That's right. You know, and at a track meet, you're going to see a few.
It's kind of like lacrosse, right? We saw LeBron and a Melo on the same team.
Yes, we did. And that hasn't necessarily happened at many other college events. Let's go ahead and set the table for a lightning quick 100-meter dash coming up. Section 4, going to be locked and loaded. Drew Bitzer of Roanoke will be in 1. He is somebody who at the conference level is really starting to find success and just trying to turn the needle forward. Bitzer PR at High Point last weekend at 10:70. Jalen Jones recognized on senior day for the Hornets is in lane 2. Doesn't look like he's there in his blocks, so it will turn to Tristan Wright in lane 3. What a comeback he had in the 4x1. The 100-meter record holder here at Lynchburg. Watch out for Jacinto Jones, the second of Mary Washington. 10:40 seed time, the fast one in this section. Obviously, this is prelims, but he was 15th in the 200 at the D3 championships last outdoor season. Expect him to be quick. Watch out for Troy Mason of Rio Grande, a 10:41 seed coming into this one. And that PR was from last weekend. First in the River States Conference for the 200 and the 4x4 for the Red Storm.
We might want to get our glasses on for this race, because if you're looking at your seed sheets, lanes 3, 4, and 5 separated by 2/100ths of a second.
Lyndon Johnson of King, Tydrick Stewart of Methodist, Dominic Stevens of King round out this 4th heat. Good start from Jones, and those 3 in the middle going to battle. Troy Mason, quick steps to get to the front, and he makes that look easy. Sailing through 10:48. 10:86 for Tydrick Stewart, Lyndon Johnson, 10:89. We mentioned those 4x1s were earlier, and it might take a toll on you, especially out of the blocks. Troy Mason was also in that 4x1 squad for Rio Grande earlier, but it really didn't look like it took a toll on him. A strong prelim. So 6 athletes in that one. Jacinto Jones from Mary Washington goes 11-12. And 6th, and he was that high seed as we mentioned. So a little bit of antics here when we're looking at qualification for the finals. Right now the time to beat is Carson Grooves, 11:13. Fifth heat, a lot of athletes right around that 11-second range. Marshall Madison of CNU in 1. Mike Welch of Nazareth in 2. Eric West, the speedster from Randolph in 3. Max Madsen of Ferrum in 4. David Lacayo of Lynchburg in 5. Damari McPherson of Ferrum in 6. Michael Coley running unattached in 7. And Justin Good of Longwood in 8. McPherson of Ferrum, an 11:01 seed time, the quick one. But there are 6 guys at 11:10 or under. Good start from Eric West and Max Madsen in the middle lanes. Got to watch out for another tight finish and another tight section, but Eric West able to cross the line. Looks like he was comfortable, 11:06. That puts him in the finals for 400 speed, Kevin. Watching Eric West, it really translates. Obviously, the 100 is not his main event, not the bread and butter, but he still looks so composed.
Yeah, he can just get out so well. And that's something that obviously as a 400 runner, you kind of train a lot on. For him, there is no kind of drive, float, drive, right? It's just all go in a 100 meter. I think he kind of likes that aspect of it.
There's a little less tactic, too. Obviously, the 400, you're just going all out, too, if you're running it well. It is truly a sprint event, but he is ready for any task that comes his way. Now onto the 6th section. Donevan Woodson of Rio Grande in 1. Justin Mosley running in lane 2. Jordan Edwards for the Randolph Wildcats in 3. Siobhan Daly of Pfeiffer in 4, 10:70 seed time, the fast one here in this section. Jaden Fodrell running unattached in 5. Jordan Jones of Pfeiffer in 6. Wyatt Newcomb from Shenandoah in 7. James Young for Lynchburg in 8. Gotta watch out for Daly, somebody who has really found success at Pfeiffer. These guys under 11 seconds on the heat sheet, and Kevin, you alluded to it earlier, another one of the quick ones. Edwards and Fodrell not there, so 6 athletes in their blocks ready to go. Will it be Siobhan Daly's heat to lose? Fast start, you immediately see the urgency, and Lane 2, Mosley, has a good start as well. He's going to hold it through the line. Daly tries to make it close in the final footsteps, but it's an 11:07 performance. Daly runs 11:11, just behind, and right now, when you look at qualifying, 4 under 11 from that first heat, but then, or actually that's 5 under 11 rather, but then you go 11:06, 11:07, 11:10, and Daly the first one out. Justin Mosley, the 7th fastest time so far.
I think with some of these times, man, this final is going to be fun to watch because you're seeing guys kind of set some PRs to get in there, hoping they got some left in the tank, but there's some guys who maybe didn't have their best run in the prelims that was able to make it to the finals that are going to try to right that wrong. It's going to be a lot of fun.
You wonder how much of that was tactical, because prelims obviously probably should be slower than your final, but a lot of them were considerably slower. And you wonder if that 4x1 had any effect. If you're just joining us, Blue Ridge Timing has all your live results. You can find all the action in the schedule, including those field events from Dennis Craddock. Let's introduce Section 7. Levon Aiken of Methodist in 1, Braden Adams of Rio Grande in 2, Aaron Moore for Methodist in 3, Braylon Hammond of King in 4, Drake Stewart of Pfeiffer in 5, Chris McDonald of Pfeiffer in 6, Charlie Adams of Longwood in 7, and Xavier Calloway of Randolph in 8. You're seeing a few of these heats where a few athletes might not be in their blocks, not running the 100, and so you see you're almost on an island. Sir, still a way to go quick. It's going to be time to find out. Even start all across the board. It's really anybody's game. Hammond, Stewart, McDonald all in the picture as we roll through the line. It might have been Braylon Hammond who had just a step, an 11:54 finish. Those are the sections that are so difficult to decipher. 11:57 for Drake Stewart, 11:67 for Chris McDonald.
Heat number 8, Lane 2 will be turning Napper of Southern Virginia. 3 will be Chase McClay of Rio Grande. 4, Jose Baez of Pfeiffer. 5 will be Joshua Antoine of Methodist. 6 will be Logan Bishop, Christopher Newport. And Lane 7.
Moving into the 8th heat. This is that no time section, so if anyone could threaten a position in the finals, this might be it. And Heat 9 also has a few athletes without a time. Tony Napper of Southern Virginia, Chase McClay of Rio Grande, Jose Baez of Pfeiffer, Joshua Antoine of Methodist, Logan Bishop of CNU, and Spencer Harris of Rio Grande. Looks like a loaded section, and everybody's on the line as expected. This will be interesting to watch. Large contingent from the USA South, especially throughout this meet. Pfeiffer and Southern Virginia, some of those common opponents. What do these athletes have in store? We've seen a few quick ones from Rio Grande throughout the day. Troy Mason right now the fast time in prelims. It's a great start from Baez of Pfeiffer, but immediately you see Chase McClay of Rio Grande getting into the mode. Spencer Harris is right there as well. Took a few seconds to tune things up, but Rio Grande is going to go 1-2. McClay and Harris separated by just a few hundredths. Two more heats for the men's 100 before we can declare our finals as official. Tommy Pete of Southern Virginia, Logan Macklin of Longwood, and Xavion Childress of Randolph. Three athletes in this one. Looks as of now like it is just a dogfight, one-on-one. Obviously, you want competition in your heat, Kevin, because you recognize that having that, it makes things a little bit easier to go out and get a PR. But when it's one-on-one, is that a little bit of added motivation?
It definitely can be. It's at least better than running solo, right? A couple of times you see some athletes stranded in one lane by themselves. But yeah, in a one-on-one, you know, at least you have somebody out there to kind of not necessarily gauge your pace on, but race against, right?
That's what
Especially
it's
when
all
you're
about.
side by side.
Absolutely. It begins here in section 9. Xavion Childress a few steps in front, just trying to hold it through the line as Macklin makes it tight. Gotta think Xavion Childress held on. 12:28, that final time, 400ths ahead of Macklin. Final 100, and then the hurdle crew will be getting set for some of those hurdle races, the 100 and 110. Chike Delamore running unattached in 1, Cameron Easley of Ferrum in 2, Daryl Taylor for Ferrum in 3, DeMaurice Eubanks of Shenandoah in 4, Andrew Scheinbeck for Methodist in 5, John Loudon of Longwood in 6, Javon Jeter of Ferrum in 7, Jacob Childs of Longwood in 8. Final heat, everybody back up before they make the straight trip. The hurdle crew will be ready to go, and we are just about set. It has been a very fun 100-meter dash as anticipated just again. And you know, Kevin, I mean, having that fast heat of prelims, it does add a little wrinkle to the picture, but it almost increases the incentive for these other guys in other heats, knowing, okay, if I can go and put something down, I've got a chance to race against some of the quickest in the field.
Yeah, 100%. I think the biggest thing is just being able to focus on what you know, the task at hand, right? Because in these heats, you have, at least in this one, 7 other guys competing against you, or 6 other guys competing against you. Just got to take care of this task at hand first. Let the rest take care of itself.
It is a cooler day for sprints, but so far we're still seeing a lot of PRs and stellar performances across the board. This section will feature DeMaurice Eubanks in lane 4 as the fast seed. He's in that red singlet for the Hornets. Everybody down and just about ready. After this heat, we can solidify those top 8 times for the finals. Up and away we go, and immediately you see Eubanks off and hauling to get this race started. Is anybody going to make this thing competitive? Don't think it's going to happen. Maybe sneaking under 12 seconds. 11:89 for DeMaurice Eubanks. Another stellar performance, and the top 8 end up being right at 11:10. Aiden Stewart, the final qualifier in that event.
So here are your finalists for the men's 100. It'll be Aiden Stewart of Longwood, Justin Mosley of Outsider.
The hurdle crew will get set and get things ready for our next event, but we have a really exciting conversation heading our way. We've got the headman for Lynchburg Track and Field, Jim Sprecher, with us. Coach Spreck, can you hear us? We'll see if we can try and get Coach Sprecher's audio going. He is obviously so gracious with his time to be with us, and one of the best here in Lynchburg program history, obviously departing next season for USC Aiken. Gonna take a moment to see if we can get Coach Sprecher with us. Coach Spreck, can you hear us?
Can you be a little louder?
There we go. We will try and make things as easy as possible. Thanks for your time with us, and Coach, obviously we appreciate everything you've done for the culture, and just talking to us, it shows what type of guy you are, always gracious. But thinking about this as your last Dennis Craddock here, you know, does it make you a little emotional knowing it's one of the last times as a homemate here at Lynchburg?
Of course. Matter of fact, I named this meet after Coach Craddock, who was a Lynchburg alum, longtime Hall of Fame coach at UVA in Carolina. And so to name this meet after a dear friend was special. And then just to imagine that 10 years ago, when we came here, we had one meet that had like 3 teams. And now to have the number of meets we have with the fields that we have has been really special. But more importantly, it's special because it gives our athletes an opportunity to really showcase their talents in front of friends and family and in our campus community. So yeah, it's very bittersweet, but it's also very rewarding.
Well, Senior Day is special because you also have some of the grad students, but I think this year in particular, you look at that lineup and some of these folks that have competed in national championships, some that have won national championships. What does it mean to you knowing, yes, this is your final year here at Lynchburg, but there have been so many athletes in the picture that have done extraordinary things and things that haven't been done for this program?
Yeah, it is. It's great to be sharing this moment with these guys. We've been through a lot together. Some of them as COVID students, 5 years. And obviously, everybody knows the story because you can just look up on those video boards and see all the accolades. But we really know the story behind the story and where they came from and the struggles they battled through and just to find success. And so very proud of them, not just for what they've accomplished for us, but how they've grown as people as well.
Well, talking about history, obviously got to go back to Rochester, the indoor championships where the men's team finishes 4th, first podium finish in school history. Obviously, this outdoor season is quickly coming to a close with the postseason approaching, but what is your vision for the next month or so? You know, what do you think this squad can accomplish?
Yes, of course, next focus is going to be on the ODAC championships in a couple weeks, and then we'll have some time after that to get ready for nationals. And yes, you know, our goal is to kind of what happened indoors, just get as many people as we can at the meet And then once they're there, just let them take advantage of their talents and do what we did. We took 6 guys to nationals, and all 6 of them were All-Americans. And then when you do that, then you put yourself in position to have that podium finish that we had.
Coach, it's Kevin up here in the booth. I got one more for you. We've talked about what you've done and what you've brought to Lynchburg, and obviously the outlook on the rest of this season. For you, after this season, you're moving closer to home, kind of getting near family. What does that mean to you looking forward to the future?
Yeah, definitely this move was probably the first move in my career that was a personal move. For 39 years, this has always been about my profession, and my family has sacrificed a lot for me to have these opportunities. And so this is just a wonderful opportunity to get back to the Carolinas, where we're from, where we plan to retire. It offers my wife an opportunity to retire, gets us closer to our grandchildren, and at the same time keeps me in the profession as well. And so where I'll be slowing down, I'm definitely not going to be retiring. But I'm really looking forward to the future of this program. We've always had the motto that a team will rebuild, but a program always reloads. And so we're really looking forward to continued success with Coach Reed and the rest of the program for years to come.
Well, Coach Sprecher, I know you might be slowing down, so you say, but I don't think you're ever going to stop running this race in the realm of coaching. We've been so appreciative for you, and obviously this program, as a result, is in a really good spot. So thanks for your time, and best of luck with the rest of the meet.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Coach Sprecher is fantastic, and he always has time to talk. He is just so much fun to be around. Got so much time with him at the indoor track and field championships up in Nazareth. And, I think the sentiment about this whole thing, yes, it is a time for change. And as he said, it is a personal move. This is the first time where it hasn't necessarily been about business. It's about looking at the future, being closer to family. But he recognizes what he and Coach Reed have been able to accomplish here, and I think he is very proud of the body of work, looking back just 10 years ago and knowing this is night and day a different situation.
Yeah, well, what's so interesting talking to Coach Sprecher, whenever you sit there and you talk about him with his accomplishments here at Lynchburg, and he even, kind of mentioned making a personal move, for him instead of choosing, where to go for business, like you mentioned, he's still not going to be done. In retirement, I don't even think it's close to his realm of possibilities. Obviously he wants to get closer to family, but that fire's still burning.
It will always be. Coach Sprecher so gracious with his time. We'll move on to the hurdle races momentarily. The hurdle crew at Lynchburg did a fantastic job once again of getting everything set and at the proper height, or so it looks like here from up in the press box. But the fast section of the women's 100-meter hurdles just about underway. Facility record in this event, 13:36. It was a lightning quick set in 2023. Naomi Rhodes of Longwoods in 1, Samantha Luba of Nazareth in 2, Olivia Veers of Roanoke in 3, and we see so many ODAC opponents. Roanoke has a large slew of hurdlers that can really compete. It'll be interesting to see today what noise they can make, knowing ODAX is quickly approaching, but this is a golden opportunity to have some tight competition. Betsy Monkern of Lynchburg in 4, former Nationals qualifier, 11th at the indoor championships last year in the 60 hurdles. She's starting to get that confidence back in her grad year. Rebecca Carr of Roanoke in 5 had a bit of a scary fall after the finish line in the 60-meter hurdle prelims in the indoor season, but she's okay. She's been racing again, a 14:90 PR. Cammie Winston of Roanoke's in 6. Ellie Knuckles of CNU in 7. Nadia Abdusalam running unattached in 8.
If you want to look for the top echelon of the conference, the women's 100-meter hurdles, look no further. You're going to see Veers, Monkern, and Carr racing side by side. We expect them to be kind of in a similar spot here in just a few weeks at the outdoor championships.
It's a golden opportunity to have them all right here. It feels like Monkern's race to lose. She has the accolades, the PRs, and the resume. But there are challengers for this Roanoke Maroon squad who want to make a big difference and maybe dent into the ODAC picture. The championship will be on the line in just a few weeks. Right now, it's just the Dennis Craddock 100-meter hurdles. Here we go, underway. Betsy Monkern doing what she does best. Over the first barriers cleanly. Smooth sailing all the way. Almost a hurdle ahead. And Monkern knocks in another nice time. 14:41. Had to figure it's been brewing. What an impressive time when you look at the D3 landscape, knowing she is going to be once again trying to qualify for nationals.
When you look at everybody in that heat, it was either a season best or a PR, except for Monkern. That's kind of ridiculous, right? To think that she still got some left in the tank with as easy as she made that look. That was like riding a bike for her.
I mean, it's every single time that she is out there, it feels like she is just putting on another performance. Betsy Monkern is one of those athletes in the picture for Lynchburg that we've already talked about who has really had a lot of success, but it's been sustained throughout the last few seasons. I mean, that was clean from the gun, and it really looked like it was a solid performance all around. We'll move into the next section. 2 of 3 features Taylor McIntyre of Shenandoah, Ashley Ellie of CNU, Margot Fox of Lynchburg, a multi-athlete who is really starting to come into her own, put together some solid performances. Becca Cato of Rio Grande, McKenna Riolo of Roanoke, and Avery McMillan of Meredith. $15.93 from Ashley Ellie of CNU.
200-meter runners, we need you to get your declarations in. The declaration period is open. Once again, all 200-meter runners need you to make declarations.
So Betsy Monkern able to really put together a strong performance. We'll have to go check out those D3 performance list. See where that one falls. And overall, I mean, Olivia Veers even in second. Very stellar performance. Here in the second section, we'll see if we have more PRs in store. Underway here in the second section. Rio Grande's Becca Cato was in front, stumbles on one of the last ones. Now Margot Fox accelerates into the front. Lynchburg's going to go 2 for 2 in the first hurdle events. 16:83 the time on the board. She is formidable at a little bit of everything. Betsy Monkern was able to capture the 100-meter hurdles and did it in 14:41 fashion. Another strong performance, and we're going to see if we can talk to Betsy. Betsy, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Hello.
Well, congratulations. It's only a few minutes. We had to let you breathe for a second, but coming into the weekend, that time would have put you 12th in the nation for the 100 hurdles. Obviously, you've got the grad student load. You've got busy weeks going, but training is heading in the right direction. How do you feel about that one?
I feel pretty good. I wish it was a little faster because it's not my fastest of the season yet, but I'm pretty happy with it, happy with how my training's been going. So, you know, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Well, knowing that you've been at Nationals before, does that give you a little more comfort knowing that there's still a lot of season left, the conference championships are still ahead of you? Or are you starting to feel like, okay, you know, there needs to be another sense of urgency?
Not really. I mean, I always be performing best at ODAX, so I'm just excited for ODAX, honestly. That's what I'm ready for.
You talk about ODAX in your race today. You mentioned you wish it could have been a little bit faster. Whenever you look at the standings right now, you're nearly half a second faster than anybody else in the ODAC. For you, it kind of looks easy. Is it like riding a bike, or is there something else you're looking to dig into?
I mean, the mechanisms is like riding a bike, like you say, but I don't know. I know that I could do better. I've done better before. I didn't end the season last year like I wanted to, so my goal is just to make it there again and do what I know I can do.
I love it. And Betsy, I mean, you have all the celebrations, you know, recognized as a grad student here on senior day, your second time that you've done it. What does it feel like kind of coming back to Jack M. Toms track, knowing that, okay, you know, there are only a few more races here, especially with the squad that you have?
I feel old. I lined up with everybody and I said, oh my gosh, I'm like 5 years older than some of these freshmen, and it's crazy, but it's bittersweet knowing this is my last year. I came back for a reason. I came back to be with this team, and I'm going to miss them because, I mean, like I said, I came back for a reason. I want to be here, so I'm excited to end it with them.
Well, I have one more for you, Betsy.
All right.
You talk about your senior day. I mean, this is probably like your third or fourth one. You mentioned how old you are. We didn't see Daisy. How's Daisy doing, and where's she at?
My dog is doing great. You know, I was trying to bring her, but she would have outrun everyone here. She's 11 years old, so she's just that good. She's faster than everybody.
That's right. Well, just like you, faster than everybody today. You won the 100-meter hurdles. Congrats, and best of luck the rest of the season.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye, guys.
Betsy Monkern, always fun to talk to, and she always has pep in her step. Confidence today to win the 100-meter hurdles, but this is just round one of a war that's going to keep raging on. Roanoke has some strong hurdlers. Olivia Veers and Cammie Winston finish out the podium as that is a top three. But, Kevin, I mean, you look at the confidence and the composure. It just feels like Betsy has been in this situation before. She understands the assignment and really just happy to do it as a committee.
Yeah, and you notice that whenever you ask her, is there any added pressure going into ODAC? She's like, not really, just another race, right? She's just been in this spot so many times. She knows what she needs to do. She knows how she needs to train. And just having that type of experience, I mean, that's something that you just can't take, you know, you can't put into words how much that means for an athlete, especially of her caliber.
You got to feel really comfortable with the situation right now. And there are still, as we said, a lot of season left. Still a lot of this meet left here at Dennis Craddock. It's been a great start so far. The hurdle crew adjusting the heights. Then they'll get them off the track for our event after. We will transition to the 400 for going back to the 100 finals. But looking at this men's 110 heat, it is going to be quick. And you have some D1 representation with Liberty in the mix as well. But overall, you just know that it's just like the women's heat. You're going to see a lot of athletes that are getting to that point in the season where they know they want things to start being a little bit quicker.
It's going to be a lot of fun. You know, we saw some of these guys a couple of weeks ago, especially in heat number one, really fast, laying down times that just, and they kind of amaze you with what they're able to do.
We wonder what's in store for this one as they start practicing out of their blocks. We'll go ahead and introduce this first section to you. Another quick one features Dalton Ferguson of Rio Grande in 1, Ian Wood for Davis and Elkins in 2, Matthew Mitchell running in lane 3 and unattached 1450 seat time. Isaiah Adore in lane 4. Looks like we actually have some changes to our heat sheet as well, so it might end up being that Adore is not in this race. Printed copy is a little bit different than the one online. So online it has Luke Anderson for Liberty. He will be running in lane 4. Caleb Luton for Garden State is in 5. Michael Leach and Lynchburg in 6. And Tavion Steele running unattached in 7. And Andrew Skaggs for Rio Grande in 8. A lot of quick times. When you look up front, Michael Leach for Lynchburg, somebody who will be interesting to watch, who is a multi-athlete. Obviously, Luke Anderson going to be the man to watch for the Flames. You move the hurdles around, 10 extra meters in this race. Anderson comes into this one with a 14:31 PR. He'll be in the white singlet in lane 4. We'll see what he can throw down after a 14:85 performance down at the Florida Relays. Fast heat of the men's 110. Facility record set at 14:05 all the way back in 1996. Clean start. The middle lanes are going to be where your eyes go. Mitchell and Luton accelerating out to the front. Right now it's Mitchell running unattached. Easy to the front. He crosses the line in first. He made that look smooth. 14:34. Luton in second, Anderson in third. He just sneaks under 15 seconds. So as anticipated, those middle 3 lanes end up being the ones that head to the front.
You talk about making it look easy. That was almost just a flow state, right? I mean, he just went out there and put on a clinic.
Looked like he grabbed a magic carpet in that race, and especially doing it on the inside, having both of his competitors, at least the ones that were close in that race to his right, had to really help things out. Section 2 will feature Nick Del Pontone. He will be in lane 1 for Southern Virginia. Aaron Lund of Nazareth in 2. Justin Williams running unattached in 3. Cameron Ritchie of Pfeiffer in 4. Neon Mehta running unattached in 5. Davis Neal of Roanoke in 6. Mario Carter for Randolph in 7. And Jonathan Bordeaux of Methodist in 8.
While we got a second, I do want to shout out again Miss Ruby Johnson, Jamarcus Brown's grandmother, back in here again. I think Jamarcus is actually jumping right now. I think high jump started at 1 o'clock, but as soon as we get results and an opportunity to fill you in, we will recap you on that. I'm sure Jamarcus is going to kill it yet again.
Several of the Lynchburg athletes are volunteers today for the field events, and you know, one of the guys that I live with is doing the high jump, and I said, you're going to see some exciting stuff. And he said, oh, I'm doing the women's high jump. I said, okay, that's good, because if you were doing the men's high jump, I don't think you would be able to reach where Jamarcus Brown is doing. He has set a height that is extraordinary. Got to get the stick to try and put it up there. You might need a step ladder. In that event, it's all about going up. This event, it's all about going out. Second section of the 110s. Up and away. First few hurdles can tell a lot of the story. It might not be the final cover. Mario Carter of Randolph was tight. Now Justin Williams running unattached has the final hurdle, and he gets across in first. Almost looked like he clipped that final one, but he is going to sail through the line. 15:91 for Williams. Carter goes 16:10 with a PR, and Neon Mehta runs unattached and earns third. One more section to go before we transition to the 400. celebrating Senior Day here in the Hill City. I've already talked to two of the Lynchburg personnel that were recognized earlier today, Coach Sprecher, and then of course Betsy Monkert, who won the 100-meter hurdles. Let's head on to the third. Here in the men's 110, Patrick Clark of CNU in 1, Xavier Cottenham of Shenandoah in 2, Jahai Jemison of CNU in 3, Darren Gallegos Purchase of CNU in 4, Alec Paraiso of Pfeiffer in 5, Braylon McCollum of Pfeiffer in 6, and Charlie and Nadia of CNU in 7.
See on your screen a little bit of recap of what's going on over at the high jump mat.
It's always good to see some of these different field events. You learn a lot if you just watch one or two. We had a great chance to watch up in Rochester when Jamarcus was jumping in. You see it definitely takes agility. But throughout the season, you know, it's a question of, okay, if you're going to fix your form and continue improving it, you know, how much do you sacrifice for just pure comfort? Because so many of these athletes are trying to get big marks. You know you can go a little bit higher, but you also don't want to change too much. There's a great look at the pit. We'll try to keep our eyes peeled throughout the meet. Third section of the hurdles. Off and racing. Final hurdles heat. A lot of captains from CNU. Are they going to be able to fend off McCollum from Pfeiffer? Oh, Clips, one of the last ones. It's going to be a lean at the line, really close. Might have been Gallegos from CNU. Yes, 16:48. When you have momentum going through the line, that helps things out. It's just one that's clipped at the end for McCollum of Pfeiffer. Here's those results here from this third section. Hurdle crew sweeping down the track to get all the hurdles out. A lot of the distance crew from Lynchburg as we get set for the 400s. Another quick event. We'll keep our eyes peeled on the high jump pit. We'll step away for a moment though as we have the 400s on the way. keeping our eyes peeled on the high jump. We are turning the page to the women's 400-meter dash. Going to be an exciting one right at 1:30. 4 sections. Features Jaden Roach of Rio Grande, Iana Sherrard of Liberty, Treasure Rosario Watson of Methodist, Amaria White of Liberty. Somebody that we saw at Jack Tom's who was a speedster, and expect much of the same this time around. A 53.97 PR. 53.28 is the school record. Spent 4 years competing at Coastal Carolina. She's the former Sun Belt champ with the 4x400 squad, so we'll see what she can do to accomplish in 4. Caitlin Ruiz running unattached in 5. Another interesting story, 57.54 PR. She is just a sophomore in eligibility, but has previously competed in the conference. ODAC Indoor 400 champ last year for Shenandoah. We'll see what she can throw down in 5. Lane 6 belongs to Trinity Alexander of Liberty. Ellie Knuckles of CNU's in 7. Jessica Taylor, the record holder from Randolph, is in 8.
So you're saying there's a chance we get to see a record get broken?
I'm saying that there is a possibility. Now, here's the thing. That is the Liberty school record. We just mentioned for Amaria White would be 53.28. You also got to pay attention to those facility records, which is 53.73 coming into the season. That one definitely attainable. That was set back in 2007. Thing is, though, Kevin, I don't know if Amaria White will be competing at this race. Doesn't look like lane 4 or 5 is occupied, so it might end up coming down to Iana Sherrard and Trinity Alexander. See if somebody else can throw down a quick time here in the fast heat of the women's 4. Four sections. Blue Ridge Timing has all the results throughout the day. Don't forget, you can stay tuned on those events. This should be a quick one. Treasure Rosario Watson and Trinity Alexander likely your 2 high seeds now, with White and Ruiz not on the line. Seed times are right over 58 seconds. Maybe that's the mark to beat if we might see something special. Trinity Alexander already made up the stagger on the outside. Watch out for Sherrard as well. Liberty is out in a hurry here in the opening portion of this race. Most of the time you want to go quick here in this first part and see how much you have left in the tank. Around 25 seconds or so as they come through 200.
Sherrard got out quick like she was shot out of a cannon on that inside lane. Made up the stagger in a heartbeat. Now she's out front.
You start to see how much distance she makes up just because she was already making up that stagger, and now she is ahead of everybody. The Flames set 1-2 heading down the final straightaway. Race all in front of them. We mentioned that mark being at 58 seconds. That's going to be well under for the pair of Flames. Impressive results to kick off our 400s. 57.25 for Trinity Alexander, who wins the section. Sherrard goes second, 57.53. And Jessica Taylor, 58.39 from the outside lane. Taylor is somebody who has constantly battled that school record for Randolph, and it might have just gone down again. Held several in the indoor season, doing much more of the same. And then don't forget about Treasure Rosario Watson, 58.49, was in the mix just off a PR. Great table setter for a second section. It features Alexis Lasher of Nazareth in 1, Messiah Howell of Pfeiffer in 2, Liliana Arevalo of Longwood in 3, Kylie Montgomery, we saw her earlier for Rio Grande, she's in 4, Mary Rose Molina Schumann of Roanoke's in 5. Abigail Clayton of Meredith in 6. Mason Jenkins of Longwood in 7. And Kendra Grooms of Rio Grande in 8. Here's a look at your second heat. Kylie Montgomery, PR and season best, 59.06, was set at the Carnegie Mellon Invitational for Molina Schumann. Her PR comes from Jack Toms, currently second in the ODAC. Who has times down the final few regular season meets? Can they turn it into something special? Molina Schumann making up a little bit of the stagger in the maroon singlet. Don't forget about lane 4, Kylie Montgomery. Might be those two coming down the final straightaway. Montgomery starting to explode on the back straightaway. It's all about strategy. Will she have enough in the tank? Split is a second or so behind what we saw in that first heat. This will be an exciting finish, as Aravalo for Longwood is right in the picture as well. Kylie Montgomery just trying to have a few extra footsteps down the final straightaway. Has her coaching staff with her. It looks like it's going to be a positive result down the straightaway, almost under 58. It's going to be under 59 for sure, 58.31. NAIA number 38 coming into the weekend. Molina Schumann goes 59.43. Liliana Aravalo goes 59.65. .400 really one of the toughest events to run. You know you're going to expend pretty much every ounce of energy that you have. Can't get too tongue-tied yet. We still have a lot of the meet to go. Well, it's really been a fun one, and we say that every weekend, but I think what's so cool about this meet is the fact that, yes, you're ushering in new teams, but you're seeing so many local opponents that you might not see in a regular season meet. You got CNU and Pfeiffer, obviously Meredith, another school that's really close.
There's a lot of different things going on this weekend as well. Code Red last night, you know, obviously we saw the Memorial Walk and everything dedicated to Frank. And then today, recognizing our seniors and grad students, Coach Spreck in there as well. We was able to talk to him. It's just been a fun, weekend of events, even off the track. Everything we've been able to incorporate here at LHSN.
That's right. Men's lacrosse has their senior day a little bit later versus Everett. Exciting stuff. Carter French for CNU's in 1. Abriana Casares of Meredith in 2. Jordan Wagner of Nazareth. May Kaufman of Roanoke. Taylor Samuels of Longwood. Rebecca Simmons of Liberty. Samaria Little of Lynchburg. Jenna Andriasic of Lynchburg. Outside lanes belong to the Hornets. Fast seed is right over 60 seconds. May Kaufman of Roanoke. She has run some earlier events, so don't think that she's going to be in the picture right now. It looks like it goes to Taylor Samuels of Longwood right in the middle lanes. Casares of Meredith has made up the stagger, now trying to add some distance on the inside. Dogfight ensuing down the final straightaway. Jordan Wagner of Nazareth outstriding in the final 50 meters, but she might not be out of the water yet. Taylor Samuels of Longwood, a lean at the line to get it. 60.99 for a personal best. sometimes that's what you got to have in a heat like that, Kevin. You got to have somebody to chase.
Definitely turns into a foot race there in the last 50 meters or so. You got someone, especially in the lane directly beside you, just getting to the line. Can improve the time too. I think we saw that there.
Lane placement certainly matters. But sometimes, like you said, it's just about who do you have next to you can really make a difference. Final heat before 6 on the men's side. It'll be Emma Kelly of Ferrum, Ariana Beverly of Ferrum, Tasha Elder of Meredith, Samaya Armstead of King, Maddie Morton of Meredith, Lauren Connolly of Roanoke, Haley Matthews of Southern Virginia. Section is set. Fast seeds in this one right around 105, and they're separated really by around 20 hundredths of a second, 2/10. 3, 4, 5, Elder, Armstead, and Morton. 400 and the opening 200 meters might look like there's a lot of disparity and differences, and then in the final straightaway, it can all be even. Clean starts in our final ladies heat. Armstead of King gets out nicely. Watches outside lanes as well, though. It's lanes the entire way, unlike the indoor season. So sometimes through that 200, you think you're in a good spot, but then you forget there's another curve you're going to have to ride around, and as we see it, this picture really starts to become clear. Armstead in front. Heading for home now, Little company in the picture. It'll be well under 105 if she holds through the line, almost 103. PR is incoming for Armstead, Morton, and Beverly. The podium has personal best. It'll move us along into the men's sections. 6 heats, and we've mentioned it, Kevin, you got so many different athletes in the picture that know they want to put together a nice time for the 400, but when you get them on the same stage, especially with conference opponents, you know it's got to be quick and it's going to be a very tight race. Michael Hammond, Jacob Hodnett of Lynchburg will be in this one, so will Kendrick Love and Christian Humes of Randolph. They will try and make this, you know, as close of a replica to the ODAC championships as you're going to get.
I don't think we're going to see my boy Mike Ham in the blocks for the 400 today. I think they gave him the week off after what he did at Colonial Relays last weekend. Man was doubting himself. Went out and ran sub 49. I know we'll see him later in the 200. We saw him earlier in the 4x1, but Hodnett, that's a guy you got to keep your eye on if you're an ODAC fan.
National champion on the men's DMR squad. He has constantly been in the picture for the men's 400, and it finally came to fruition in the indoor season where he was the champ. Able to get that, and as you said, you know, Michael Ham, somebody else who has really been impressive. But overall, I think you recognize you get a conference championship, and yes, Hodnett is a senior. He sees the confidence, but he also recognizes, okay, yes, I've won a national title with the DMR squad, a team effort. I can still go out there and get the individual accolades too.
Yeah, absolutely. Said you might not see Michael Hamm in the race, but that doesn't mean you're not going to see him on your screen. You see him pacing back and forth, getting ready to cheer Hodnett on.
Everybody has their own spots, too, on the field. You never know where you're going to try and go and cheer. There you go, Michael Hamm making a few strides. He knows he's on the board. See, you reach a level of fame and then you just know the cameras are on you. And that's a joke. We have it up on the video board here in-house. It is not a very heavy field. We had 8 names on our heat sheet, only 3 in attendance. It'll be Kendrick Love for Randolph, Jacob Hodnett for Lynchburg, Thomas Grant for King. A trio effort. And here we go. Who wants it the most? You have to feel like Jacob Hodnett has a really good shot. Sometimes when the lanes are so spread out, you can't worry about your competition. You have to get out in stride, and right now Hodnett is going to be in a golden position. We'll see if Kendrick Love does enough to make up this stagger coming out of the curve, but Hodnett a few strides ahead. Great spot coming into this one. 49.02 is that mark.
He was kind of disappointed he didn't get below 48 so far this season. I think he's got that on his mind right here. He's going to be awfully close.
Just his second outdoor 400 of the season, and he's going to have a nice time, a chance to maybe dip under 49. He's going to be a few ticks over, one would think, but wow, oh, he does go under. 48.92. Jacob Hodnett at home on senior day, slotting home a very nice time that will stick in the conference picture. Kendrick Love, 50.22. Top 50 in D3 with that effort from Hodnett, and I mean, it just looked like smooth sailing even though you didn't have everybody there. Gets mobbed by his teammates as he hits the infield. It's been a long time coming, finally able to dip under.
Obviously, you don't want to think about what could have been, but if that heat was full with some of the seed times that we saw,
ooh,
man, that would have been a dogfight.
Almost every time you see a race like that, you just expect that it's going to go over the time. When you see a lean at the line, you're like, oh, that's probably just a tick over. Not the case this time. That was a very nice lean from Hodnett. Former high school teammate of mine. He is somebody who has constantly improved, but it's the hunger to improve that has really helped him along the way, and you're seeing that with a lot of athletes in the picture.
Feels like you could say that about a lot of these athletes, right? That body top pipeline.
That's right. I mean, they just come in swarms now. Feels like everybody here has some roots in southwestern Virginia. As we go into second section, Bodon Walshley of Liberty, Jack Healy, Nazareth, Colby Lambert of Randolph, Zeke Newman of Southern Virginia, Mike Welch, Marcus DuVernay, Roth Thomas, Eli Wilson. Got the high schooler back in this section. We mentioned for DuVernay, he has really come in and set some flames around this track, and knowing he has a golden opportunity to put something fast on the board.
Yeah, just show him a little love. It's a 50.12 seed time for a junior in high school.
Not a great starting 5 from Welch. He's one of the guys under 50 in the section. Only 2 have done it. Now through 200, really anybody's game. Colby Lambert from Randolph has maybe a step or 2 in front. We're going to see how long he can stay in front. Somebody who has really tested the conference championships picture. Does Lambert have enough? DuVernay tries to enter. Everybody was tight heading down the final straightaway, but it will be Colby Lambert.
How about that?
Wow, 49.93, able to go under 50. Lambert ousted at the line by 0.03 of a second. Zeke Newman able to capture third. So another race where we thought we had it, and the picture has to become a little more clear.
I don't think we're going to give Duvernay, enough credit. That's a sub 50 for an 11th grader in high school.
Wow.
A lifetime best coming out here running with some of D3's best.
I mean, that is saying a lot just to do it in high school, to do it in junior season. Here at this point in outdoor, you got to feel like for Duvernay, he has a lot more to go.
And just for a little bit of reference, obviously you've only seen 2 heats so far, and we didn't get to see the full, strength of heat number 1, but he's second right now overall in that 400. You talked
impressive.
About how big it was for Hodnett to get below 49. Well, Duvernay, quite a few years younger, just got below 50 at 49.93.
50 is always a mark that's a little bit emotional when you can try and get it as a 400 runner. It feels like one of those trademarks. When you have that in your back pocket, really feel like you're in a good spot. David Krouak, Matthew Ryan, Logan Koenig, Benjamin Hager, Mohammed Ahmed, John Laser, Jack Pomenkai, and Justin Mosley. Saw Pomenkai earlier today. He's out well in 7. Another race where it's anybody's game. John Laser of CNU going to be in a good spot. Chance for several of these athletes to break 51 seconds. The captains have 4 in this heat, halfway to a scrimmage. Here comes Matthew Ryan, really alone in the fight, but you got to watch out for Ahmed, who sneaks into second. What a time. You see what it means. 50-28 coming into this one. It was a 51-35 seed. Another PR by almost a second. Ahmed is second. Logan Koenig is third. That finishes up our third section.
And for him, you mentioned it, a second better than his previous PR. Matthew Ryan, that's a time that he'll definitely cling on to his sophomore year. For CNU, they've got a gem for years to come in Matthew Ryan.
You really feel the optimism around so many of these athletes, and especially as the youngsters start to file in. We even talked about it with Coach Sprecher earlier. You recognize that's what really helps a program reload. They're going to be there. So you see athletes for the fourth section on your screen. Rob Anderson, somebody to watch, a freshman who ran 52.83, the CNU Blue and Silver Challenge. Javon Shariah for Rio Grande, someone else under 53 seconds. All 8 in their blocks, ready to go. Another clean start. Haven't seen a false start yet today. 4 and 5. Anderson and Shariah. Likely going to go neck and neck. Down the back straightaway. It is a nice start out in lane 8 from Noah Duffy of Lynchburg. Always gets out in a hurry. That is characteristic of one of his races, and he just tries to hold on down the final straightaway. Strategy coming into play here as we round the second curve. Colson Noel running unattached, accelerates into the lead. Smooth sailing the entire way, seated right at 53. He's going to go well under. Another fast set of results, 51-14. PRs for Anderson and Jonah Hammond. Then second and third, Javon Shariah also dips under 53. 4 PRs, 2 more season best here in this section. Don't forget the 100-meter dash final is coming up very shortly after the 400s.
Section number 5. Lane 1 will be Cohen Brasfield and Shenandoah. Lane 2, Max Taylor.
Here's a look at our 5th section. Andrew Estes and Landon Petcher, the fast seeds in this one in lane 4 and 5. Estes, 53.70 PR. Season best came from Jack Toms, who ran 54.18. Similar numbers for Petcher right down the street at Randolph. 53.77 at the Jack Toms Invitational. You're dealing with similar barriers, similar marks that these athletes are trying to get, especially when you have 6 heats. You know it's going to be very tight competition. Another full section. Who will it belong to when all is said and done? Petcher, a nice start making up the stagger in lane 5. Really a game of catch-up for so many of these athletes who are comfortable those inside lanes, just trying to wait until they get to the final straightaway. Beautiful setting here in the Hill City. Temperatures have cooperated, so has the rain, with none of it in the forecast. Petcher out in the lead by a few footsteps. Looks like he is going to sail to the line. If he can hold this pace, might have company to his left. Over 53 seconds. True to form, Petcher is first, Andrew Estes is second. Jonathan Pascal of Mary Washington in third.
Section. Lane 3 will be Casey Atwell of Methodist.
Last heat of our men's 400 before we speed things up on the straightaway. 3 athletes in this one. 2 of them have no time, and all 3 are there and ready in their blocks. Casey Atwell of Methodist, William Kramer of Shenandoah, Joseph Terry of Ferrum. Looks like Kramer is not there for Shenandoah in 4. There is somebody in lane 6. So we might have a little bit of variation this time around. We'll see what's in store. 3 athletes, final section. Gun fires and away we go. Sometimes you see these late additions in the final sections. Outside lane going to have a little extra movement. This has really been a fun event to watch. The 400 always has a little extra antics in it. We'll try to figure out who our man is in lane 6, as we said, not on the heat sheet for us to see. But so far, smooth sailing. He's going to have a nice time as well. Maybe a chance to dip under 50, really close. $50.12 for our man in the front. You got the question marks courtesy of Blue Ridge Timing. That's always when you know you've run fast. Your front's so fast, your name didn't even show up. Outran that. Casey Atwell's in second, Joseph Terry's in third. That's how we conclude the 400s. And we get set for a blistering quick men's 100-meter final. Slated for 2:05, and a reminder who's in that men's final. It's Justin Mosley, Tristan Wright, Lyndon Johnson, Troy Mason, the fast seed in prelims with a 10:48 performance, Tydrick Stewart, Dominic Stevens, Eric West, and Aiden Stewart.
I was really impressed by what Troy Mason was able to do when you kind of mentioned the 4x1 and the prelims. It'll be interesting to see, is fatigue going to get to him a little bit. There's a couple of athletes in this finals this is their third 100 stretch of the day.
We're forgetting, too, that there is a 200-meter dash later on. You wonder if anybody in this picture is going to be partaking in that one. With a few field event results coming in as well, and I think it's important to note Casey Kelly for Lynchburg getting the win in the women's triple jump. 11:46-meter leap, that's about 37 feet. Treasure Rosario Watson, a Methodist, in second. Sydney LaSalle of Nazareth in third. But, safe to say, Casey Kelly back and true to form. Nazareth put 3 in the top 10 in that event. Women's high jump is also concluded. India Maroney of Liberty ends up taking the victory. Maren Simons of Southern Virginia in second. Kendra Grooms of Rio Grande in third. Looks like everybody will take the blocks from the 400 and make the march down the straightaway. Start things off at the 100-meter dash. You have so many different potential storylines. You don't know what will be finalized until this race is over, but I really wonder if anybody can touch Troy Mason. He was in that 4x1 for Rio Grande, as was Tristan Wright, who ended up having a really nice finish. As we take a look at the men's high jump, Eden Hip. See if he can clear the bar. And it's been a very fun day just to be able to see the high jump throughout. Obviously, a lot of field events are down at Moon Field. A little bit of a different setup here at Lynchburg. Rest of the schedule is the 100-meter finals, followed by the 800, 400 hurdles, 3K steeplechase, and the 200.
Miss Ruby, we're trying to get you a shot of Jamarcus jumping. It's just not cooperating with our races that we're covering as well. It's like every time we get a break, he is just finished up.
We had one earlier. We were so ready, and then the second that he was ready to go, we had to go to a different race. Always interesting seeing people come from different sides as well. Here at Jack M. Tom's track, it is senior day. It's been so much fun to have everybody back in the Hill City, and it really feels like you're never sure what the weather's going to be like, and it's never going to cooperate 100%, but it does feel like it's been just good enough this weekend.
It's been nice. It's good to see no standing water on the track. like we saw yesterday into last night. It was a pretty late night.
Sure was. Those 10Ks, they are fun, but those events aren't exactly the quickest.
I think we ended up wrapping up here at 10:30, 11 o'clock last night. My man Evan Gates working on notes till about 3 a.m. Right back at it about 10 o'clock this morning. That's dedication.
Nah, you've been helping out too, though. We got to give our flowers to everybody who's part of the track production. It's a lot of fun. Sorry to my parents at home, too, if you heard 3 a.m. It was more like 2:30. But
yeah.
It is our only track meet of the day. We do have another game coming on to Schellenberger Field after the track meet. You can find it right here on LHSN. Men's lacrosse versus Averett. That's a 7 o'clock start time. Don't believe Averett is in this meet with us this time around. But we've seen them throughout competitions in the ODAC slate. If you're a fan of Lynchburg sports, several other things going on for the Hornet sports teams. I mean, it's difficult to keep track of it all. And Kevin, I think we're going to get our wish. As long as the 100 doesn't start in the next 20 seconds, we've got Jamarcus Brown.
Here we go.
Jamarcus, Hooper on the hardwood. Our man Jonathan Faust, who's his teammate in basketball, is actually directing with us right now. We'll see if that's a little good luck charm as he goes to make his leap. Almost just couldn't get that torso up. You know, that's part of the question with the high jump, and something that Jamarcus is definitely going to continue evolving as he talks to Coach Chris Stovall. It's one thing to have vertical. It's another to get that hip up and to have a little bit more in terms of the form side. For Jamarcus Brown, he might have the best vertical in the nation for Division III. He can get up. It's just critiquing some of the small things that will really turn him into a national champion or a national caliber athlete.
And you talk about Jamarcus Brown and Jonathan Faust and verticals. How about that dunk contest they put on? Faust, I don't think, was able to squeak that one out.
Can we do a rerun?
There's nothing wrong with second place, though, especially when you lose to a guy with that
true.
caliber of talent.
I mean, you see the guy go out and get, what was it, 6th in the nation after he competed in one event in the indoor season. Sometimes it's just too easy. We're turning the page to the women's 100-meter final. Athletes ready to explode down of their blocks one more time. It's good to have a prelim and final set up at this point of the season, knowing that it's getting you ready for those conference championships when you have to double. You have different situations. Let's go ahead and introduce the field to Kylie Montgomery. We have seen her in several events throughout the day for Rio Grande. She will be wearing hip number 1 in that inside lane. Riley Turner for Lynchburg, who has been sensational throughout her career, continuing to evolve this year.
And if you heard the applause, you saw it on the screen. Jamarcus Brown made that one look easy.
I mean, that is one of those things, too, when you see him have a solid mark and he clears the bar, it looks easy, and it will continue looking easier throughout his career. Whatever Coach Stovall said, that one might have worked. Chorus of applause. Nolanda Henderson is in lane 3 for Roanoke. Really solid in what she has been able to accomplish for the Maroons. On the up and up, 12:31 PR, second in the 60 at the ODAC Indoor Championships. Yasmin Dean had a career performance in prelims, goes under 12 seconds. We'll see what she can do here in her freshman campaign. Elle Bass from Liberty in 5. Someone else who has really found success. PR at Jack Toms. Teammate Joelle Patton in 6th. Elena Morley of Nazareth in 7. Janelle Anderson is in 8 for Shenandoah. Through prelims, it's one straightaway now to decide it. Middle lanes might tell the full story. Nolanda Henderson had a nice start, but El Bass trying to get out in a hurry. Does Dean have the closing speed? What an impressive finish from the freshman. 11:87. She dips under 12 for the second time on the day. D3 number 3 coming into this weekend. Kylie Montgomery settles for second. Elle Bass 12:40 for third, but Mary Washington has a masterpiece on their side. The freshman just continues to perform. Men's 100-meter final on its way. We're going to start introductions as Jamarcus gets set for, I believe, a 6:11 bar.
At this point, just in case you're wondering, he is first. He's the only guy out there still competing. Trying to break his own mark, move himself higher up.
He's up there. Just couldn't get it around that time. We'll see if he can do it next time out. But quickly, let's introduce the men's 100-meter final after Dean captures the women's side. Justin Mosley is in lane 1. Tristan Wright, the 100-meter record holder, who had a sensational 4x1 relay, he's in 2. Got to watch out for Lyndon Johnson of King in 3. 10:89 prelim time, who has really started piecing together some consistent results. 10:50 PR coming into this one from the Bahamas and previously competed for Cumberland. Troy Mason for Rio Grande, the man with the fast time in prelims. 204x4 conference champ for Rio Grande and the River States, the NAIA level. He's the fast one in 4. Tydrick Stewart of Methodist is in 5. Someone else who's had lots of success, a 10:56 PR. Second in the 60, third in the 200 at the USA South Indoor Championships. Rest of the field is Dominic Stevens of King in 6. Eric West, stellar 400 runner for Randolph in 7. Aiden Stewart squeaked it out from lane 1. Now he's in lane 8. Time for some more theatrics in the men's 100-meter final. Troy Mason's the man to beat. He's in 4. We're underway. Does Mason have enough in the tank? Tristan Wright might try to make this one close in 2, but Mason's a footstep ahead. Cruise control all the way through. 10:46. 2 ticks under the prelim. Consistency on display. Tristan Wright goes 10:71. Lyndon Johnson 10:79. Kevin, we mentioned you got the 4x1. You had the 100 prelim. Now you got to come back just a few moments later for the final. So impressive to see the consistency across the board.
Yeah, 3 events so far, and then as you kind of mentioned, there's a couple of these athletes slated for the 200. It'll be interesting to see if they decide to go ahead and make it a 4-event day. That sounds like a busy slate for me.
It's hard enough just to get out of bed and go for a run, much less to do 3 different sections and to compete in the fast one of each. A lot of quick times. We will roll into our next event, the women's 800. It's just about a moment away.
I'm gonna interrupt you for just a second. Jamarcus Brown's on attempt number 3 at 6:11.
So this is it. See if he can clear it. He is, as you said, already in the lead. Everything captured. He's at home. Can he make it work? This has been the money bar for Jamarcus. He's still trying to get it. Oh. It's there.
Just to clarify on what he's going for there, you know, he's already won the meet. He's already got the top notch in the ODAC. And in the nation right now, he is right where he left off in the indoor season.
So crazy that the freshmen have come in and made this type of contribution. I even see Tristan Wright walking back after that last race and kind of just shaking his head a little bit. I think he knows he has something else left in the tank, and that's after all the other races that we've seen today, Kevin. I mean, you think about what these youngins are bringing to the table for Lynchburg. They're ready to go. They understand the potential. It's just unlocking it.
Yeah, and they get fired up, too, if they don't have a day that they expect to have. And it's just something that, as a Lynchburg fan, you can look forward to for the next, at least 4 years, so they continue to just get better each and every week that they step out here and compete.
A lot of good stuff on the way. The women's 800 is going to be another quick one, and we're hoping that Sophie Farley's back in the mix because she has been a joy to watch for Longwood, wearing hip number 1, able to capture the women's invitational mile last year, now named in Frank Sorba's honor. Really feels like no race that Farley has run here at Jack M. Tom's track has been close.
Yeah. Yesterday, it was close for a little while, but then her ability to just find that extra gear.
Farley will be the fast seed in this one, but Hannah Edwards also close for Lynchburg, someone else who is a youngster, now her sophomore year, chance to go and chase this 800 win. Lauren Twyman is back from Davis and Elkins to a team personal best from Dennis Craddock last year, so a little bit of familiarity if you can just keep things rolling. And we are momentarily going to get a chance to chat with Jamarcus Brown. He just won the men's high jump, and we are seeing if our man Joe Brennan has a few thoughts.
Hi, guys. Thank you so much. I'm here with Jamarcus Brown. Jamarcus walked away with a 6'9" clearance to win the men's high jump today. How do you feel about your performance?
Feel good. Been a little slump, couldn't clear 6'9". I'm glad I finally got it.
Jamarcus, obviously a great atmosphere here today. What is it like for you performing here at home?
The atmosphere really helps a lot. It's my first co-red, and I like it a lot. It helped a lot today.
I mean, you've been a guy that's been all over the place since coming here. You started the season in the winter playing basketball, then a brief but successful stint in the indoor season, now to outdoor. What has the transitions been like for you?
Well, in basketball, I'm still jumping because I feel like people know me for my dunks, so I'm still keeping that muscle built up for a high jump.
And 6'9", I mean, what's the ultimate goal by the end of this season for you?
Definitely want to be another All-American. Hopefully can get the national championship and clear like 7 foot.
6'9", not bad. That's clearing LeBron's height. I know you're a basketball guy. Thank you so much, guys. We'll swing it back up to you in the booth.
Well, I mean, he can already clear a door frame, and now you just go out there and throw LeBron. I mean, there are so many things that are over 6'9" that Jamarcus Brown is aspiring to get to. I think it's going to be sooner rather than later, and I mean, today's result, that's pretty impressive.
One thing I wish we could have just chirped in there to Joe is to tell Jamarcus, just say hey to Grandma on stream. She tunes in every week. She's the biggest supporter we've got in the comment section each and every week. It's amazing to see the support that he's got from his family, his friends, teammates, not only on the track team, on the basketball team, really everybody in this Lynchburg community that just surrounds him. He's just been outstanding. You mentioned clearing the 6'9" mark. Right now that puts him number 4 in Division III.
Whole lot of love, and you got to feel like, yes, he is number 4 right now. If he can go up an extra height, I mean, it is on the way. He's getting reps with Coach Chris week after week that he maybe didn't get during the basketball season when he was on the hardwood, and you're seeing it really start to pay off as we go into the fast section of the women's 800. Thanks again to Joe Brennan for our interview down on the field, and it will be the Sophie Farley Show, or so we think. Hannah Edwards might have other plans. She's going to start the inside. Farley is up in the outer alley. Lauren Twyman of Davis and Elkins, Emily Atha, somebody else for Liberty, who is really good and really has a golden opportunity here. 2:18 personal best, 4:38.15 at Colonial Relays for a personal best. We've seen some quick 800s here before. Might be another one in the cards. The question becomes, if you're Sophie Farley and you know you have that speed, you know how long do you stay with this pack? Because in the mile, it was a pretty large portion of that race that she just stayed put before taking off with 400 to go. Starter's hand is in the air. Final instructions. And we're off and running. A lot of personal best might be in the air. This is going to be a fun fight. We've got really a strong Central Virginia contingent. Liberty, Longwood, and Lynchburg. And Sophie Farley already taken off. It just looks easy. So difficult to sell that it's not when she runs as smoothly as she does. Around 32 and 33 seconds through 200. Has a little bit of company up front. Lauren Henderson for Nova Running Club sticking right with her. Lead Pack and Chase have already both emerged, but for Farley, somebody with a 4:51 mile yesterday. 7 straight events already inside the top 10 in this outdoor season. The sky is the ceiling.
See her come through with just over a 1 minute split. At one point, do you take her distance down and just start letting her run the 4, the 2, the 1?
That versatility is valuable. The way that she has run and the consistency that she has built has been very impressive. And Farley now a few steps ahead. Hasn't been touched so far. Does Henderson have anything left? The freshman set to put the Big South on watch. Got to watch some of those PRs from other competitors as well. Farley comes in with a 2:13 mark, but some of the others trying to get under 2:15. It might be a big PR race if they can sail down the final straightaway. Hannah Edwards cruising into second. Farley is going to go ticks under. Very impressive results. Farley is 2:13.08. It comes down to decimals. She misses a PR by 300ths. Hannah Edwards cruises into D3's number 30. Lauren Twyman, somebody who's had a lot of consistency for the Senators of Davis and Elkins, slots home another impressive performance. The first of 7 sections here in this women's 800. Three of the top 4 seal personal best. We cruise into our second section.
Section number 2, line 1 is going to be Sophia Mast of Liberty.
Sophia Mast of Liberty, a 2:21 seed time. Everybody in this section is within 3 seconds if you look at the seeds, because we have so many 800 runners. You gotta expect it's gonna be another quick one and another tight one. Sarah Bland of CNU, Ella Impaglia of Nazareth, Anna Fletcher of Liberty, formerly racing for the Pacers, Jake Reed's home school squad, Millie Weinhold, Amy Alexi, Ella Hessen, Tatum Wells, Adeline Perez, Zoe Belshand, Serena Henderson, Grace Samau. I think the funniest part, Kevin, when you watch somebody like Sophie Farley race is that it never looks like she is just absolutely exhausted after. She kind of comes off the line and it's like, that was pretty good. And on to the next one.
You still see some of the athletes from the first section up there just hanging around the finish line, catching their breath, and she's already debriefing with coaches, talking about what could have been better.
Already in the playbook. Innovative and exciting. She has been great throughout her very young Longwood career. Still a lot left. And as anticipated, very tight section. In a race like this, when it's so congested, you want to make your moves on the straightaway. Don't want to wait until the curve when you're going and running extra distance.
34 seconds through the opening 200.
Right now, the only thing we know is that we don't know much of anything. It is a tight field, features a large CNU contingent. Adeline Perez in front. Anna Fletcher looking to make a move on the outside for Liberty. You see wearing hip number 4, she might try to get all the way up to the front. 110. Gotta feel like you're right on pace for that 220. We'll see if anybody goes quicker here in the final portion of the race. Who has anything extra in their back pocket? Final 250. Kevin, you feel like something's brewing. Somebody's got to make the move.
I think you're going to see it right here going into the final curve.
There's a little extra movement. Think it's Anna Fletcher on the back side. This is when it really starts to matter. You see the Flames' coordinated effort making their way to the front. Davison Elkins sticks right in the picture. Oh, it's anybody's game now. Sophia Mast in lane 2, Anna Fletcher just behind. The Liberty connection up front. Might have broken 221. It's right at 221.01 for Mast. 221.20 for Fletcher, 222 for Ella Hessen of Davison Elkins for third, and the second of 7 heats. Another big section for progress. You're looking at PRs and season best. You want to get as much as you can. A lot of consistency up front.
Section number 3, Amy McKinnon, Shenandoah, Samantha Troop of Liberty, Caitlin Lentz of Pfeiffer, Yaya Fletcher of Mary Washington, Courtney Mullen of CNU, Ava Baker of Nazareth, Cordula Canty of Roanoke.
2 trips around the oval for the 800. It's been an exciting event so far here at the Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic. See everybody on your screen here in this third section. McKenna Thrush of Shenandoah comes in with the fast seat of 223.94. The senior set that PR at the Blue and Silver Challenge at CNU. Samantha Troop of Liberty seated at 224, but has a PR of 215. That's always a fun story to uncover. Lots of movement along the inside. We'll see who stands in front as we're off the break. Field events still raging forward here at Jack M. Tom's track. Got a chance to hear from Jamarcus Brown after the men's high jump performance. And he has really just been a stellar athlete, but also representation of a bright future here in the Hill City. Caitlin Lentz of Pfeiffer sticks right in front. She has company with the Yaya Fletcher of Mary Washington. Someone we saw race yesterday 15-8 double, always popular in the outdoor season. Good chance to put together a solid time while also still training. Another tight field, really spread only within 4 seconds, give or take. McKenna Thrush has really been impressive throughout her days at Shenandoah. She has a chance to add a page here at the Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic. A few steps ahead of the field with 200 to go.
146 at 600. McKenna Thrush of Shenandoah in front now.
Shenandoah up front now, doubling and doing it with confidence. The 1 and the 11. McKenna Thrush, Madeline Lotz, they've run several races together before. They're going to have another one that results in a strong performance down 222. PR for Thrush, Lotz, and Nadira Canty, who came in 3rd for Roanoke freshman season. What an exciting day it has been. Senior Day recognition a little bit earlier, and we have really gotten into the latter portion of the day. Things starting to wind down as we go through our 800s, women before men, and fast to slow sections. Blue Ridge Timing has all the extra details for your schedule and the results that we've seen so far. It's been a ton of fun to follow. Now in this 4th section, continuing to see athletes that maybe haven't been plugged in these events before. Margot Fox for Lynchburg, a multi-athlete, someone that you'll see in this section, and it's obviously a good training effort, but you're thinking about those multis and knowing, okay, you got to have a little bit of a distance background as well.
And she competes in like everything for Lynchburg. We saw her earlier in the 100 hurdles, in the 400 hurdles as well, longer distance races, long jump.
Michaela Borst of Pfeiffer, 228.82 seed. She comes in as the high seed. We'll see what the rest of the field can do here in the 4th out of 7 sections. Every single 800 tells the story a little bit differently, and you see a lot of athletes getting out in a hurry. Same can be said this time. Ava Ray of Mary Washington has just stuck in front and has made it look easy. Now the question becomes, do you end up holding on, or does this become a difficult race in the 2nd lap? Chase Pack gonna have to start moving if they want to close in. 109 through 400 for Ray up front. The men's 800 will also feature a large field, 8 heats. Probably the most popular event that we have seen throughout this meet. And normally we say that the 400 is a good marriage between sprints and distance. That's where everybody can kind of meet in the middle. But you're slowly starting to see, you know, with some of those longer distance events, and again, the multi things that go on, you feel like the 800 is widely accessible. Still separation from Ray up front, the rest of the pack behind. Starting to see some separation. Margot Fox makes her way through the inside into second. She might have a chance to catch Ray in the final seconds. Time's gonna run out. Coast to coast. That was a smooth effort. Ava Ray PRs, Margot Fox in the final 200. Really starts to speed things up. She gets a PR. The top 6 athletes all setting personal best. For reference in that last section, Kevin, Ava Ray ran that first lap 4 seconds faster than Margot Fox and ends up only getting her by a second across the line. That shows you different strategies can still work out.
That was really impressive. We talk a lot of times about which athlete sets themselves up for the better last lap. I think Margot Fox showed you she had a strategy for the final lap. But the gap that Ray was able to put on, you mentioned 4 seconds.
You do the best you can. You try and set the table, but it's never guaranteed that things are going to end up going perfectly. And so it's all about reading and reacting. Athletes in the 800 especially have to deal with that conversation of when do I go or what move do I make with your coach. And the most of the time, I'll tell you, you got to look at the race. Each one's a little bit different. Amanda Lowry of King is the high seed this time around, 230, 231. Madison Chorney, Riley Fraser, Lily Jerkness, Eziwali, Catherine Armstrong, Jasmine D'Souza, Morgan Pospiak, Kennedy Doran, Megan Moyer, Caitlin Brown, and Sydney Chipperfield. Saw Megan Moyer yesterday. Kennedy Duran also getting in. I mean, almost every athlete in the 800 you feel like has already competed. Things are a little bit warmer today than we expected, at least the last few days. Getting up into the high 50s. So far, little separation, at least compared to our last few sections.
72 seconds through the opening 400.
This is a very strategic one. When we talk about you can run it different ways. Now a lot of traffic here in the second lap, and up front, it's going to be a battle. Going to come down to the final 200 meters. This one has stayed tight. We'll see who has it in the final 100 meters. Riley Fraser and Madison Chorney battling it out down the straightaway. Another one comes down to the final seconds. Oh, there was a slip. Just a second from the finish line. Riley Fraser went down. Hopefully everything is okay and it's just bumps and bruises, because that is not what you want to see in the final second or two. We'll see how that one fares out. Now, we've seen Sophie Farley, one of the best in the distance climate here at these home meets for Lynchburg. She wins the mile. She wins the 800. Our very own Joe Brennan's going to chat with her.
Hi guys, I'm here with Sophie Farley of Longwood, a freshman phenom for the squad this season. Sophie, you come in first place yesterday in the mile, first place again today in the women's 800. How do you feel with your performance thus far?
I think I did pretty well with them. Of course, yesterday was a PR, so I felt pretty great and happy about it. Probably a big 5 minutes, and today, because I crossed my PR, but yeah.
0.03 of a second away from your PR, which was set 2 weeks ago, a program record for Longwood by 11 seconds. What did that accolade mean for you?
It felt pretty great. It felt good, and yeah.
And just in your freshman season, I mean, has there been any sort of adjustment period going from high school to running here?
Well, of course, the adjustment coming from high school to here is, of course, a new community and new teammates, but they've been pretty supportive and pretty nice, and yeah.
What's been the favorite moment of your freshman season so far? We still got time to go.
My favorite time of my freshman year was probably yesterday. Of course, running in the dark, and probably fun, so yeah.
Thank you so much. Guys, back up to you.
Thank you, Joe. The Fluvanna High School graduate just keeps on writing the pages for Longwood, and I mean, it feels like every single event that she has run here at Jack M. Tops Track, she has won. But you wonder how much it's going to translate to the Big South, and knowing what we know now, you got to feel like she is a conference champion, certainly for the years to come. It's not necessarily a matter of if, but when.
Yeah, and she's certified dog, right? We've only seen her twice, here at Lynchburg, but both events and both meets that she's competed in, I mean, she has absolutely, killed it. She's set records. Her races haven't necessarily been close. But what's so impressive is her ability, to implement a strategy and not falter throughout the entirety of a race. You saw it yesterday during the mile. That was kind of her closest race we've seen her compete in. But then she just stretched it out over that last 400. It was so impressive to see.
It looks so easy. We promise it's not. Like, it's obviously an event that requires that move. You've got to be very intentional about it. But every single time we see her race, it just seems to be a little more seamless. This section features a very big Mary Washington representation. They're up front right now, 1-2. Addie Wallen and Jessica Oberlees. Oberlees ran the 10K last night, so we mentioned you might not be doubling if you're on the 10K. Well, it's not always true. Two very different distance events. Move made on the outside by Addie Wallen. Blue Ridge Timing has all your results. We've gotten to chat with several of the competitors throughout the day. Been a lot of great performances. We've gotten to get some people on screen that you don't always get to hear from during the track and field season. We know it's such a different one, and obviously not every single event's going to be broadcast. It's been a great opportunity here at Dennis Craddock as a move's made in the final 50 meters from Megan Brophy of Shenandoah. She is going to get into the lead and come across around 2:34 here in the sixth section of the women's 800. One more section, then we move to the men's races, and they are all really striding in lane 7 and lane 8 right now, trying to open things up and get ready for what should be another quick section. We'll take something extremely quick to try and win that race, just like the mile yesterday. Eighth section here in the women's 800, or 7th section rather. You see the names on your screen. Riley Miller of Shenandoah, the fast seed 253.88. Asked you this yesterday, Kevin. Going to throw it right back to you. What's been your favorite moment so far from today?
From today, just really the relays, man. Because that's such a technical event, and to see, obviously, as a Lynchburg sports fan, what Tristan Wright was able to do in that final 100, it was amazing. It was back probably 5 or 10 meters. Was able to close that gap and win it for the Hornets. It's a big time for them in the conference. But just overall, seeing every team kind of just. But yeah, we didn't see kind of the falters that we saw in the first event here in Lynchburg, right? A couple of weeks ago, there were a lot of missed opportunities with handoffs, a couple of baton drops actually. We didn't see that today. Both the men's and women's side able to clean it up, and really, it's just so much fun to watch because you got to have 4 people on the same page at all times, laying down some blistering fast splits.
That is a great way to phrase it, because the relay, when done correctly, is very fun to watch. In every other situation, it might not be if there's a dropped baton or if you just didn't have that connection that you've had in the past. And to see Lynchburg respond is a really welcome sign as we go later in the season.
35 seconds through the opening 200 out front here.
A lot of separation here in this final section of the 800s. Before we move on to the men's races, the 400 hurdles are still on the docket, along with the steeplechase and the 200-meter dash.
Leading the way here, Maddie Pinkley of Marble, Washington, 9 seconds.
Delaney Bundy didn't have a time coming into this one for Meredith. She is steamrolling forward, 113 through 400. We've talked about the distance side here at Lynchburg and what they've been able to accomplish. What's even crazier for Coach Jake Reed is that he's technically coaching 2 different organizations right now, you could say. He's got his Lynchburg team, but he also has the Pacers, and the Pacers do have other coaches that are in attendance. But for Jake, it feels like every single section, he has somebody he's looking at or watching and trying to offer some advice.
Yeah, it was cool during the 100 finals. He was actually up here behind the press box, just sitting down on the steps by himself. Looked like he's just taking a moment to kind of catch his breath and reflect before he went back down there and got in the middle of it. But yeah, he's definitely one of the greats here at Lynchburg, and this program's going to be in great hands with him at the helm.
He is obviously familiar with the scene and what they have been able to accomplish since his and Coach Sprecker's arrival. It's been so impressive. It's been historic. Fill in the adjective here, as Bundy still hasn't been touched, soaring down the final straightaway. A lot of separation here in this 8th section, and that is how we will set the table for a fiery men's 800. Extra strategy from a lot of the coaches on the infield as we get set for the men's. Slate Swiger of Davis and Elkins looking to have a little extra swagger and win this section for the Senators. 154.03 time coming into this one. Chris Smith of Longwood will be in the picture. Jackson Gibson, who won the men's mile yesterday, is going to be right there. He ran with his teammate Carter McKenna. There's definitely a lot that we have to analyze. Brendan Pitcher was originally the fast seed in this event. He was taken off the list, so Swiger now with 154.03 tries to put down something else. It's a nice time. Chris Smith of Longwood, 155 PR, just a freshman, his 4th outdoor meet for the Lancers. So this distance program going to be in good hands, as we just talked with Farley. Jake Sisk running unattached for Liberty. Ethan Board, somebody else from Concord, as you see on the names on your list. Brendan Pitcher actually is on the list. He's just wearing hip number 16, so he will be in this race. Get a chance to talk about him. A 148 personal best. The former Conference USA indoor champ in 2024. He won the A-Sun in 2023. Obviously, Liberty switched conferences. His PR's from the Hill City Twilight. It was a quick one last year. Anybody's game.
Doesn't look like they're taking much off here in this first 400 like we might have saw earlier. They're getting after it, and they're getting after it fast.
Fire's already in the air, and it doesn't take much time to recognize that everybody here in this section wants to go for it. Smith of Longwood sticks up front. We've seen the Lancers in a few different events. They like to go out early. We'll see what time they can solidify here as the field comes around, very tightly packed. It's Josh Martin of Longwood that's out in front. Swiger's right behind. Smith a little bit behind, about 55 seconds through the first lap. So obviously you feel like this pace will be over 150 without some of those athletes like Brendan Pitcher, Torhutung Davidson, a perennial contender for Lynchburg. So now it's just a question of how many can pack in. Look, as they go into lane 2, it is a dogfight. A little bit of clipping here as we go down into the final 200. Who says it's not a contact sport? Who wants it more down the straightaway? Everybody going into lane 3 to make it happen.
Gibson with an amazing move on the outside for Davison Elkins.
Tommy Bildheiser trying to hold off the storm, but Chris Smith makes it a tight race. Down to the decimal points, 154 for the victory. 0.05 of a second separates Smith from Bildheiser. We haven't seen a race like that today where it is that congested going into the final straightaway. A lot of people had a lot of steam left. Next section also promises to be a quick one. 8 sections of this men's 800. Bodie Erickson running unattached. Will be the fast seed this time around. Casey Science of Rio Grande also right there, 154 seeds. Cooper Gibson for Davison Elkins, Jamison Mantooth for Lynchburg. Several of them either competing for conference championships or they are the conference title holder. In the case of Casey Science,
just a click under 27 seconds up front through the opening 200. This one getting out hot.
this one strung along quickly, and you can see a little bit of the separation early. Now the question's going to quickly become who wants to lead this going into the final lap. Cooper Gibson trying to get in that position on the inside rail. Jamison Mantooth doesn't want to overrun this for Lynchburg as they come through right around 55. Mantooth has been on the outside pretty much the entire time. You wonder if he has any extra steam now. Another barn burner here in section 2. Casey Science and Cooper Gibson still sticking close. You got to know how to compete and not just put out a fast time. What a run down the final straightaway.
Casey Science put a move on going into the last 400. Was able to go around the outside and never looked back.
152. Did you do your history homework? Well, you forgot the science stuff. He knocks it home. And an impressive result in AIA number 15 coming into this weekend. Elias Ammon of Roanoke, 153 for a personal best. Graham Mussman joins the party. That's as courageous of a kick as we have seen all weekend long. Casey Science made that look easy. Just a sophomore, and it is the top 2 times now in the compiled results coming from the second section. Casey Science and Elias Ammon, both quicker than Chris Smith's time from the first heat.
And 3 guys there in that section, able to set PRs, and you're seeing season best across the board. I think that's just a product of seeing fast guys race each other.
Now listen, we've seen tight fields. You understand there's an expectation for it, but you don't always get a field like that where it is really a traffic jam the whole way around, and both times we're seeing PRs as a result.
We're going to see another heat here. With it coming down to the final 200-meter stretch.
Large Lynchburg contingent this time around. Joseph Hughes of Southern Virginia going to come in as the man to watch, the high seed. 156 PR, but for Lynchburg you've got Ryan Warner, Randy White, Josh Fretwell, all in the area code. They come through 200 just under 30, around 29 seconds. And actually be a little bit quicker than that. Watch now as they come off the curve. Southern Virginia's Joseph Hughes makes it look easy. Now the question for these Lynchburg athletes is, can they pass on the inside? Josh Fretwell does. About 57 seconds through the first 400.
Hughes doing the work here. It's Lynchburg now running 2-3. Fretwell and Warner.
Can Hughes lead this one coast to coast, like we've seen a few athletes do here in these 800 sections?
Some big moves happening on the back straightaway. 200 meters to go.
Kick along the outside from Luke Tompkins, trying to make his way into the front.
Looks like Luke Tompkins of
Hughes is trying to force him to do the work outside. Ryan Warner for Lynchburg is going to be close too. Who has more strength? It ends up being Cade Eels of Nazareth.
Cade Eels going to come across in 155.
Saw the gray uniform. Thought that was the C&U colors. It's Nazareth, the Flyers, who capture the win that time around. 155 for Ryan Warner as well. Personal best for the freshman. Several athletes getting a tick under some of those personal best. Cade Eels for the Flyers. And inside the D3 top 100 with that result. Kevin Farnsworth of CNU is the high seed in this next section, as you see on your screen. William Zeeland for the Pacers. He has really been impressive in his high school days. Farnsworth starts on the outside, Zeeland the inside rail. Almost halfway through the 800s. That tells you how many athletes are involved in this event or who enjoy running it. .400 hurdles to follow in this heat. Dylan May is back for Southern Virginia. See it with the lime green spikes, able to win a 5K yesterday. We were talking about it earlier. It's one of the most consistent performances that you will see. Almost every single K was on the second. It was impressive stuff. Farnsworth sticks in front with Jackson Herndon right there in the mix. 57 seconds through 400.
And here comes the moves down the back straightaway.
There's a pair up front. Can Dylan May just get into a position where he can kick in the final 200 meters? You know he has the speed. William Zeeland has a very similar story. They don't care how far outside they have to go. They just want to get in the lead and make their move. Zeeland still showing the speed, but you got to be really careful to fend off Dylan May. One of the best kicks in this meet. Activated and calibrated once again.
That looks a lot like what we saw yesterday, huh?
That is absolute lockdown. I don't even know if you can really say that that was difficult looking, the way that he knocked it in. And think about this, Kevin. So many people want to settle for the first lane or try to find that position. It doesn't matter where Dylan May is. He will get out and he will go.
Yeah, he's gonna get out and go, and he's gonna do it in a hurry. Especially when it comes down to closing these races out. He's not gonna leave anything to chance.
Several athletes in the backside of that heat getting under 2 minutes. Something that obviously is a huge benchmark in the 800, much like we talked about with getting under 50 in the 400. Dylan May PR's 58-second final lap. Here's a look at section 5. Spencer Utzi of King, the high seed. 3 from CNU and 3 from Roanoke will join this heat. So many different events we've been able to watch throughout the day. The action continues. Here in the men's 800, a lot of PRs, and it really feels like early in the year. It takes a little bit of time to get adjusted to going back outdoors. Obviously, this is an event in the indoor season, but it's one where you have a lap for every 200 instead of every 4. Gotta have the same sense of urgency. Taylor Dalton of CNU working with his teammate. They sent 1-2. They're gonna be a little quick through the first 400, at least compared to the last few heats.
Yeah, on the start there, they didn't really leave anything in the bag. They were ready to get out.
Several of these athletes are the ones that are trying to go under 2 minutes, or they have a seed right under, and so you think about almost wanting to guarantee it. A lot of athletes will go earlier.
Luca Hinton and Christopher Newport now inching his way into the lead.
Field making their moves. Luca Hinton of CNU.
600 meters.
Still staying in the picture and still showing us that CNU is not going away. A dominant distance display. And it is 3 wide going down the final straightaway. Well, might it be 4? Oh, wow. The captains, a chance to show something special inside rail. Evan Young. Came into this one with a 2-minute PR, 2.41. As a sophomore, he goes 1:57.67. Top 3 PR. In fact, 8 of the top 9 earning personal best.
Section number 6, Andrew Janetsky, Christopher Newport, Kyle Wilkin of Shenandoah, Cole Johnson of King, Jackson Berger of the Methodist, Raphael Shilangika of the Methodist, Bradley Bernard of Lynchburg.
Here's a look at section 6. Evan Gates and Kevin Nestor rocking with you on the Lynchburg Hornet Sports Network. It's been a fun day of action here at Dennis Craddock, right in the middle of the second semester. Everything has, started to become a grind. You think about classes quickly approaching finals, especially the grad students that are trying to solidify things as well and getting jobs coming up. There's so much to think about in April and the spring season, but when you get to this point and you recognize, yes, we're really only a few weeks away from the conference championships, you got to put everything aside and just want to go out and run fast.
Yeah, it's just it's tough to put everything to the side, especially whenever you realize you got finals coming up, classes winding down. It's just a stressful time of the year where if you're an athlete, it makes it a little more tougher on you, but that's what makes these athletes so spectacular, the ability to balance that while being top tier at whatever it is they decide to do.
Ideally, your work-life balance can really reflect your training schedule. And for so many of these athletes, even here at Lynchburg, you have programs like nursing where you got to have a clinical, or the ex-phys people who are obviously out for extended hours at a time. And it's so impressive to see how time and time again, so many of these athletes are still PRing and still doing well because all of a sudden, running might not be the most difficult thing to do from a training perspective. Chalk so far in this section. Andrew Janetsky, we saw him yesterday. He's back today in the lead with 58 seconds through 400. Question is, can he fend off Cole Johnson down the back straightaway? This is truly that break 2 heat. Nobody in this heat seated under 2 minutes. Came through in 58. Still a possibility if they can speed up. Johnson right at 130. You need to go under in this final 200 if you'd want to break the mark. Janetsky has company as well. Kyle Corpin of Shenandoah always finds his way into the picture. Top 3 seeds and the top 3 positions. Janetsky trying to make a fierce finish. Oh, it's going to be extremely close if they want to break 2 down to decimals. 159.91 for Andrew Janetsky. all of those top results ending up as PRs. Cole Johnson goes 2 minutes and 4/100ths of a second. So very close. Cam Albee of Nazareth settles for third, right over 2 as well.
Janetsky, again, you see it there, that closing speed in the final 100-meter stretch. Past 2 guys, and definitely don't want to say pull away with it by any means, but get down below that 2-minute mark.
So fun to see people break it for the first time. It feels like this event is always one where, and the college landscape, especially here, at least in D3, you see so many different athletes that are just trying to test it and get there. When you finally do, it can really feel good. I mean, a PR is a PR, but to do it with a landmark type of result, it's pretty special. A reminder of the schedule: we'll have the 400 hurdles, the 3K steeplechase, and the 200s to round out the action at the Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic. We will keep you updated with some of the field event results. We'll have some more distance events later, obviously, with the steeple. To digress a little bit, men's lacrosse is on Schellenberger Field tonight at 7 o'clock. Senior day as they take on Averett. Should be a favorable matchup for the Hornets, a team that lost by just 1 to Washington and Lee last time out on the road in Lexington. If you're joining us from afar, so glad you're tuning in, especially from some of the new schools here at this meet. We know schools like Nazareth, I believe Rio Grande, we haven't seen before at a Dennis Craddock, at least during my time calling these events. It's been so special to see some new faces in the mix. Field's right at 60. Oh, a little bit of clippage. Oh, wow. Not what you want to see in an 800, especially if you get clipped going to the inside. A little bit of a smile from Coach Jake Reed. That was one of his pacers that went down right by the finish line. And sometimes that's unfortunate, but all you can do is laugh it off. You got to keep moving forward.
200 meters to go. 132. Cisneros trying to bring it back. Jimmy Bullock of Mary Washington still running out front.
We'll see you as the extra movement down the final straightaway. 7th section. Oh, a lot of movement, in fact. And Brandon Nunley of King has made his move into the lead. Hold that thought. Eli Haynes of Mary Washington surges in front. Right around 203, and several of these seeds right at 205. So that's an impressive result that'll go down as some personal best. Moises Cisneros of Patrick and Henry Community College in third just set the 13th fastest time for the junior college results.
Yeah, and for Moy, that's another one of those guys we kind of talked about yesterday, being from one of those smaller schools. Actually, one of those Patrick County alumni, staying local down there at Patrick and Henry in Martinsville, Virginia. Good to see him up here and have a good result.
The local results always fun to tune into, especially if you've stayed local for college, or being able to see athletes develop not just for 4 years, but for 8 years.
Josh Riley of Roanoke, Chase Smith of Patrick and Henry, Davis Mills of Hammond City, Truman Meyer of Southern Virginia, Lethan Zoo from Beating Attached, Tristan Merritt.
8th and final section of the men's 800.
Hammond City, Benjamin Flores of
Ben Hiss of Randolph in this section, as you saw on your screen. Henry Mast for the Pacers, Josh Riley for Roanoke, your top 3 seeds this time around. And, you know, sometimes, like we said, a little bit of those no-time results that come in, you never know what that final will look like. Hurdle crew will be back in action after this one. Getting set for the 400 hurdles, another event that is not an indoor event. Neither is the steeplechase, the one right after. Everybody ready to make their 2 trips around the oval. Really the largest event of the day, these 800s. I don't know the total number of athletes we had. We can go out and check, but I have to think it's right around 100. Yes, 108 men entered in the 800 today. .400 hurdles will definitely be another event that should be tight, especially in those opening sections. And you know that for a lot of athletes, they're trying to get ready for conference. Might be doubling back from the 100 or 110 hurdles.
62 seconds.
Right now, Jacob Font of Rio Grande out in front, 102 first lap. David Van Kuik right behind his teammate. This is Rio Grande, Ohio, if you're just joining us, not the Rio Grande near the river down in Texas. Heading for home here inside the final 150. And we'll see who has the extra strength down the final straightaway. Van Kuik stays in front. He's going to come through this time right around 2:06. So an impressive result. And this final section of the men's 800 is going to keep rounding out. We're going to have a chance to talk with somebody special momentarily as our final finishers come across the line. We get set for the 400 hurdles. We're going to have our very own Mr. Michael Ham chatting with us. Michael, can you hear us?
10-4, I got you loud.
Oh, that's awesome. It's good to see you. Obviously, you have had such an impressive season already, coming off those results from the Colonial Relays where you're really starting to bolster that 400. Talk a little bit just about the mindset here at Craddock, kind of back for this home meet, knowing that you're really in a good spot.
Right now, the biggest thing we're just looking for is execution, just keeping form, staying strong, staying healthy. I mean, it's been 4 years, so the hamstring after last year when I injured it's been a really big thing. Just trying to, Brian's over here with me, just trying to make sure I stay healthy. I mean, after I strained it last year, I just personally didn't think I was going to get back to a spot where I can run 48 again. I opened up first 4 of the outdoor season, 48.9 last week. So biggest thing now is just staying fast. There's a lot of fast guys in the conference. I mean, we have, after today with Hodnick going 48, we've got 5 guys going 48 right now in the conference. I don't think my 4 years I've seen more than 2 guys do that. And it's just right now just making sure I stay in striking distance, you know, just staying strong.
And we kind of seen start senior day out. You know, you guys ran the 4x1 just before. That was obviously a lot better than the last result we saw 2 weekends ago. Going from that into the 200, what's kind of your motivation here today? Knowing you're not running your 4, but you do still have the main event here this afternoon.
The biggest thing is just making sure that I run the race right, you know, go get out the right way, finish the right way, because even though it's not a 4, it's prepping me for a 4. A fast 2 is going to make a fast 4, so I just got to keep on running fast.
We love it. And one more question. Obviously coming over from Ferrum, so you've been around the conference for a long time, but first season in the Lynchburg Red. What does it mean when you look at what this team has been able to accomplish so far and looking forward to nationals, knowing that, yes, not only are you in a great spot individually, but you have so many teammates, both track and field side, that are really starting to put up some impressive results?
It's great. It's magical to see, man. I mean, it's just like, it's kind of like playing that Plinko game, man. We all bounce off each other. I mean, it's great to see. We all bounce off each other. We give each other energy. We make sure that everybody's doing good every week, and we make sure everybody knows that we're doing good every week. We all need to keep in each other's corners, keep each other energy up. That's the biggest thing.
And I know we had a couple of viewers watching at home. Some of the family wasn't able to make it for your senior day, but been getting blown up to let you know that they are watching. Anything you want to say to those at home?
I just want to tell every single one of y'all I love y'all. Thank y'all for being here. I'm just trying to keep on doing anything I can for you.
We appreciate you, brother. We'll let you get back to it and get ready for your 200. Thank you, sir.
All right, boys. Thank you.
Michael Ham's the man. We love him too. And we are getting set for the women's 400-meter hurdles. So many great results today, even for some of the athletes that aren't necessarily competing in those traditional events, kind of changing the deck of cards around. And Michael Ham, one of those guys who's so versatile. Obviously, Kevin, you're tight with him, and you know that he is a guy that when you put him in the right spot in the postseason, it's a dangerous situation. You got to watch out.
Yeah, I mean, in high school, you know, he was really his track career started when he got cut from the soccer team. So,
how about that? How many people had that story?
Yeah, so then he actually went over Patrick County. We had an old kind of, I don't even really want to call it a track. It was just a slab of asphalt around the old practice football field, and that's kind of where he made his hay. And then coming out, you know, he wasn't, you know, very big recognized coming from Patrick County, but he did a lot of good things. Finished second in the state in his senior year. Came out, went to Ferrum, obviously battled a couple of injuries that was talked about and noted. He's noted them this year, but you know, the biggest thing, just seeing his growth, not only as an athlete but as a person through his 4 years in college and even back in high school. It's been fun to see, and I think for him, getting in the right headspace just means everything. You kind of see those results showing this year. I mean, he wasn't necessarily the happiest to be running the 4 last weekend at the Colonial Re-Race. Didn't really feel great with his body, but it's the best shape he's been in since he's been in college, and he goes out and in his opener puts up a sub-49 time. So for him, that gives him all the confidence in the world. He's going to be dangerous around conference time.
Got the right results. I'm still hooked on the fact he started as a soccer player. That's one I hadn't heard yet.
Man, he was, I guess he did everything. You know, he played football 3 or 4 years at Patrick County, tried soccer out, track. I remember when I was getting into basketball, me and him actually went to summer together, and this is going into our sophomore year. Me and him, we traveled together, and we were kind of the bench warmers for the varsity program as sophomores. And he goes into the game, and we got back on the bus, and the coach was like, hey, all right, boys, we'll see you at practice on Monday. We're going right into the fall season. And Mike was like, no, actually, I'm going into cross-country season. So he kind of just.
That's how it starts.
Yeah,
you get hooked once.
Kind of fooled our basketball coach. He come out because we actually played really good during that little spring, because it was like a 3-series game. He played really good, and then coach was looking forward to having him on the squad, and Mike just said, I'm actually I'm going to go train for track.
Kind of change the cards. I know a lot of people joke about cross country and track, but especially for the sprinters, to go out and have a cross country background, that is so impressive, because it really does bolster a little bit of that endurance, and you recognize, and just like Jacob Hodnett, who started as a cross country runner, when you start and you have that right background, you know you're ready to go the rest of the way. Let's go ahead and shift our attention to the 400 hurdles on the women's side. It's going to be another quick one, and it's going to feature a pair of Roanoke Maroons that look to really make a mark at the conference level. 102.88 is the facility record for Ophelia Ladner and Lindsay Hoban in the middle lanes for Roanoke. They are both seated at 103. They will really try and get out in a hurry, and it's just been impressive to see how they run this event and looks so smooth. But coming into this one, Ladner has really been racing well. That 103 mark, a performance from last weekend. PRs in 3 straight meets. Roanoke won the 4x4 at the ODAC Indoor Championships as well. She was a member of that team that has really found perennial success. Don't rule out Lindsay Hoban, 106 PR, but as we said, a 103 seed time. Also has developed into a really good sprinter. 3 podium finishes, the ODAC Indoor Championships. We'll see what's in the cards. The rest of the field is Katina Morrison of Methodist, Lauren Bindall of Nazareth, Ellie Knuckles of CNU, Flo Torres and Chandra Allman of Southern Virginia, and then Anna Miller for Lynchburg, somebody else who has really started to get into this event. PR last weekend. We'll see what's in the cards here in the next few events. The first section of the women's 400 hurdles of 3 projected. Just about ready to get down in our blocks. We're good to go. Gun fires, off we go. Can the Maroons do something special here at Dennis Craddock? Almost identical leaps through the opening hurdles. Really got to get into a rhythm, really got to keep on attacking throughout this race. Looks like Ophelia Ladner is starting to feel it. She has been in brilliant shape lately, and now an opportunity to set the conference on watch. This one has gotten out of hand in a hurry. Ladner has really established a resume for the Roanoke Maroons. She's just got to hold on now. 2 more hurdles. Looking smooth. Now down the final straightaway. Might she have company from Ellie Knuckles of CNU? I don't think it's going to be close enough. No hurdles in the way now. Right around that 103 time. Clockwork around the oval.
And if you want to look out for someone come conference championship time, Ladner's the one. We talked about it kind of in the first meet of the year. Monkern for the Hornets, she was kind of somebody who to look out for in that hurdle, but we've seen her so much in the 100 hurdles. She ran last week. Didn't set a great mark. So for Ladner, the conference is wide open this year.
She's 11th in the conference, or excuse me, 11th in NCAA with her result from last weekend, that 103 time. You just wonder if she's going to be able to keep on doing that type of performance because, you know, to get it one time is great. But you don't want to get it too early, and you hope that, you know, in April and in May you're peaking at the right time.
Women's 200 has been seeded. So women's 200-meter competitors, you can pick up your hip numbers.
Next section. Ellie Reed Zimmerman of Meredith is in lane 1. Alyssa Pillow of Longwood in 2. McKenna Riolo of Roanoke in 3. Jennifer Moore of Randolph in 4. Abriana Casares of Meredith in 5. Taylor McIntyre in 6. And Jocelyn Zonka of Longwood in 7. Gun fires, and away we go. Quick separation as we've seen in some of these other heats. Always interesting to see how you can be fit for the 400 distance, but the 400 hurdles are an entirely different animal. Really doesn't necessarily take a sprinter. You think about how this is a little bit easier to learn the form, lower hurdles, but it does take a lot of technique, a lot of practice, Can't just go out and fake this one. Jennifer Moore right now feeling it out in front. Just one more hurdle to go. Few extra steps, but she gets over it cleanly. And now heading from home, a chance to get inside 110. Going to be really close, just a tick over. 110.56 for the win. PRs for Caceres and McIntyre in second and third. One more here in the women's 400 hurdles. Sanaya Cannon of Pfeiffer, Shania Owens of Randolph, Kendall Brown of CNU, and Becca Cadle of Rio Grande, a 4-athlete field. It's good that there's no rain in the forecast because our next event, it'll feature barriers. They'll just look a little bit different. It'll be the steeple chase, and obviously having dry conditions probably help not making it as slick.
Well, you say that like they're not jumping into a puddle of water.
That is true. I mean, if you're not a normal steepler and you go and see what that pit looks like, I mean, how deep it is, people don't understand. I mean, that thing is like a swimming pool.
Yeah, it's well over knee high.
Obviously, the athletes jump out, and so it gets a little more shallow the further that you jump. Can really try and throw off your rhythm, though, and it's going to be an interesting event today. Now that we're a little later in the season, you're starting to see these results really percolating. Who is in great form heading to the postseason stretch. 2 athletes in the section as we get ready for the men's side. Heights will all be adjusted by the hurdles crew. Might be a neck-and-neck finish. We're going to keep our eyes peeled. Kendall Brown of CNU out in front. Looks like she is going to get there. Comfortable gap and closes the door for the victory. Men's high jump results are in. We talked to the winner, Jamarcus Brown. Finished first. 6'9" bar, and that's 2.06 meters. Aiden Hipp, his teammate, finished second. Carlin Jones of Methodist was also tied right there, lost in the tiebreaker. And then Elijah Rose and Jaron Lee of Lynchburg round out those top 5. So 4 Hornets in the top 5 for the men's high jump. And we talked about Coach Chris Stovall and what he's been able to accomplish. I mean, that is impressive to see the improvements that we have seen in recent years in that event. And then obviously Jamarcus a chance to go to the national championships.
I think talking to him, with what he did in indoor season, you kind of touched on it earlier with only 1 meet of preparation. I think he's got a national title on his mind, and for him, finally clearing 6'9", he mentioned that was kind of a mental hurdle for him. Now I think the sky's the limit for Jamarcus.
Better watch out. If you left the gate to the front yard open,
even if you close it, he's probably going to jump over it.
That's very true. The fence is never high enough. You might have to put the house in a cage if you don't want Jamarcus Brown being able to make his way in. Safe to say he's going to make his way to the national championships if he continues performing at this level. But there are also other field athletes across the board that we have really seen impressive results from. WNL has one in Camille Gillum. Somebody as well, and you look at some of those results in the jumps. Program record holder for the high jump at W&L. A lot of stuff going on.
You mentioned W&L. Quick shout out to Jesma Evans, who last weekend ran a 56.58 in the open 4, which is 3 seconds better than the next closest in the conference. I mean, she went out and absolutely killed it at the EMU Heritage Invitational.
That's scary for the rest of the conference. We've mentioned so many events are tight and they're going to be close finishes. That is one that if Jesma Evans runs that again, I don't know if anybody touches that.
And word travels fast, because as that was happening, actually I think that might have been yesterday, huh? Yeah, that was yesterday. I know it was going on out here, and as we're calling to meet up here, I know got a couple of guys texting my phone saying, hey, take a look at the stat sheets. She just absolutely killed it.
More to come over at W&L here in this men's 400 hurdle first section. It is a loaded field for Liberty. They have 3 that are on the line. Lane 2, William Huizenga. Josh Blaylock also in the picture. Luke Anderson as well. Chase McClay of Rio Grande, Aaron Lund of Nazareth. Blaylock 52.90, 6th in the Conference USA 400 final 2024, the 400 hurdles. The Texan trying to see if he can get something special on the board. First false start of the day. Gonna have to wait and see the officials' assessment. Such a tantalizing wait after you've been out there for a few minutes already. Then you gotta wait for the official to walk out.
I think the officials like building suspense.
I think they do. If you pay attention, especially at the high school level, you see this more. Just your typical Wednesday afternoon meet, the gun might not be out for very long.
I think that's just a yellow card?
Yes, looks like everything is okay. Lane 2 for Huizenga. But you think about how you get to higher levels, and they almost like building suspense more, and sometimes it's because there are more athletes on the line, especially in cross country. If you go to a state championship for VHSL, feels like you're standing there for almost 20 seconds. All is well, we'll do round 2. One trip around the oval, this time with barriers. We'll see who can cross the line in front. Liberty with a trio. Sometimes a false start makes you a little more conscious. We'll see if they still get out quick. It looks like clockwork so far. Josh Blaylock in a golden position. Speeding down the back straightaway. It just looks easy when he gets out and shows us what he can do. Trying to get back to another conference championships. The road through the regular season has looked smooth as butter so far. Blaylock with just one more hurdle, then you can unload a little extra. What a performance. Heading for home in around 53 seconds. 53.13, just off that PR. Finishes almost 2 seconds in front. New NAIA number 31 for Chase McClay, 54.98. obviously, you keep progressing, you might enter in that nationals picture. So we move into our second section.
Section number 2.
Jacob Childs of Longwood, Logan Justice of Rio Grande, Tristan Duplessis of Longwood, Ian Wood of Davis and Elkins, Cameron Ritchie of Pfeiffer, Luke Walquist of Mary Washington, Brian Flowers of Lynchburg, Dylan Nick of Roanoke.
Lane 7 will be Brian Flowers of Lynchburg, and in lane 8, Dylan Nick of Roanoke.
Kevin, earlier you talked about high school teammates and obviously high school partners. You mentioned Michael Hamill, Dylan Nick out there for the Roanoke Maroons. He went to Lord Botetourt High School. We mentioned there's really almost been a pipeline in Botetourt here at Lynchburg. So many athletes from right downtown, I guess about an hour away. We'll see what he can do. Obviously, Lynchburg has Brian Flowers in the picture as well on senior day. All 8 lanes occupied. Some standing starts, some blocks. Everybody's off and running. Really anybody's game. No true separation yet. Really 3 or 4 different athletes that you gotta watch. Ian Wood and Cameron Ritchie gonna be in the middle lanes. They're gonna be the ones coming off the curve in a really good position. Position doesn't always impact your events, but for the 400 hurdles especially, you feel like it is golden to be in those middle lanes. Right now, show belongs to Tristan Duplessis of Longwood. He's gonna have company. Ian Wood tries to make it tight. Neck and neck, the battle down the final straightaway, and Ian Wood completes the comeback. Both finish very tight. Ian Wood just under 56 seconds. Duplessis obviously had to give a little extra that final straightaway.
PRs for 6 of the 8 competitors in that section.
That's when you know not only was it a good field, but it was a loaded one. A lot of different athletes in the picture.
This one right here might be a little bit of fun, a little added motivation for 2 of the guys in there. I'll mention that if you go through the lineup.
I'll let you tell the story. Darren Gallegos purchased of CNU in 1, and Tavion Steele running unattached in 2. Wyatt Newcomb of Shenandoah in 3, Dalton Ferguson of Rio Grande in 4, Jeremiah Glaspie of Lynchburg in 5, Kamala Okogo of Methodist in 6, Skylar Miller of King in 7, and Neon Mehta running unattached in 8. Kevin, what you got?
A little bit of a family rivalry going on here. If you know Tavion Steele and JJ Glaspie, they both transferred in this year from Ferrum. Tay took this semester off as he's rehabbing from an injury, but he was able to rehab really quickly, get back into shape extremely well, a lot faster than he thought. Kind of accelerated his timeline. And at every one of these Hornet meets, he's going to show up and run unattached just to kind of see where he's at in his progression. But him and JJ, they're cousins, and they've never been in the same race together. So they're lining up. They added a little bit of a friendly wager going into this race. That's definitely something to keep an eye on.
That's going to be special. And Tavion Steele, if you've known him from the past, he's a speedster. JJ Glaspie, he's had his opportunities. We've seen him out at practice for the 400 hurdles. Obviously one that does take a lot of effort to perfect.
If you remember, Glaspie was laying down a pretty quick time here in the Jack Toms Invitational during the 400 hurdles. He's actually leading the pack when he stumbled over a hurdle coming out of the final curve. So definitely something on his mind. He wants to rebound from that.
Chance to complete the picture We'll see who wants this one. Dalton Ferguson of Rio Grande has a really good start as well. He's in lane 4. There's the move from Antavion Steele on the inside too, in that white tank top. Got to figure out what strategy works best in an event like this. These are the hurdles that can really test you. Just the final few. Antavion Steele still heading down the home stretch. Just one more to go. Glaspie's out of this one, clipped his last hurdle. Steele trying to hold on as he heads for home. And he's gonna maybe get there. Oh, wow. Lean at the line might belong to Dalton Ferguson, 58.97. Steele goes 59.18, 2 under 60. The 400 hurdles, Kevin, this is such a tough event when you see how much you have to put together. You got to be able to get over the barriers. You got to be able to have a good 400. And then that's all assuming that you're on a good day in general, because some days you just aren't running up to par. It's impressive to see what some of these results have looked like.
These guys that do this, they're just so talented because, you know, like you mentioned, being able to run a full lap, you know, in a competitive open is one thing. Throwing in hurdles in the mix, that's an entirely different ballgame that these guys have to kind of prepare for, not only physically, but mentally. It's a huge hurdle. And
Literally.
That's a good pun. It's a good pun. I didn't even mean for that one to happen. But it's definitely something that these guys have to train extra tough for. You kind of see it with Antavion Steele. We know him more as a 110 hurdles guy. Kind of fatigue wearing out there in that final 100.
The distance differential between the 100 hurdles or the 110 for the men and the 400 is crazy because those are not close. I mean, those are two very different events, and it's interesting to see how sometimes hurdlers might be really good at one, and it just takes a little extra effort to get the other one down because it does take different strategies, and if you have more of an anaerobic base, you know, the 400 hurdles obviously is a tough event. Charlie Anania, Kadir Royal, Drake Stewart, Fondre Nelson, Logan McClung, Diver Davis, Jahai Jemison, and Xavier Cottenham complete this section. The fourth one, the men's 400 hurdles. Just a few events to go. One section on each side for the steeplechase, and then the 200-meter dash will finish things off. Gotta watch Drake Stewart in lane 3. It's turning into a 3-man race. Diver Davis for the Maroons also a step in front. Every barrier can really make it a different one. Heading down the final line, it's going to be an extremely close result. Diver Davis gets it 58-51. Had to hold our breath. 58-59 for Drake Stewart in second. Just one more 400 hurdles in store. Caden Aurelio of CNU. Teague Ward of Roanoke. Alec Parezo of Pfeiffer. Patrick Clark of CNU. Braylon McCollum of Pfeiffer. Rob Anderson of CNU. Joe Negron of CNU. It's your final section.
In lane 1, lane 2, Teague Ward of Roanoke, lane 3, Alec Parezo, Pfeiffer, lane 4, Patrick Clark, Christopher Newport, 5 will be Braylon McCollum of Pfeiffer. 6 will be Robbie Anderson of Christopher Newport. And at 7 will be Joe McGowan of Christopher Newport.
Final hurdles event of the Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic. It started yesterday with a lot of distance affairs. An exciting night number 1, the Invitational Mile on 5K. The 4x4s were on the first night, a little unconventional. You don't always see that, so the 200 will actually be the final event here on day 2. Some loaded fields, though, as always, here in Lynchburg. And one more home meet will be the Hill City Twilight. Heading for home in this final straightaway. Race belongs to Patrick Clark of CNU.
Patrick Clark of Christopher Newport.
Meters ahead of the rest of the field. Sails through the line. Got to imagine that's going to be a nice looking time. 102.23 for the freshman. Negron finishes second. Teague Ward finishes third. One set of hurdles will go out. Another set of barriers will head on to the track for the steeplechase. So we'll step away for the moment and be right back. Got a lot of fun to round out the action here in the Hill City. We've had a ton of fun here at the Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic, getting to see a lot of cool performances. We've also gotten to see some on the high school scene. Let's send it down to Joe.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, it's certainly a common thing to see runners unattached at these kind of meets, but not every day you're going to see someone unattached out of high school. I'm here with Marcus Duvernay, a junior in Bassett High School, just 16 years old, came in second place in the men's 400. Marcus, obviously a spectacular performance for you, one of your personal bests. How did it feel today on the course?
It felt good. I mean, I tried my best. I came out and I did the best I could on the backstretch, and I'm glad with the performance I had.
Is the preparation process coming into a meet like this any different than it would be in a high school meet?
Yes, sir. The nerves, I mean, running against college athletes, it's always, thrilling to do, and I'm glad I'm able to do it.
Does it have a little bit of a confidence boost after you fly by a couple of 22-year-olds?
Yes, sir. It really does.
And 16 years old. I mean, obviously the high school career has been so short. What have been some of your personal highlights and favorite moments thus far?
I mean, probably this, honestly, running 49. I mean, it was the first time I ever broke 50. And last year at Nationals, I ran 50.3, just always doing my best and be able to run against the best of the best. So.
And also a two-sport athlete in high school, also playing basketball. Is that something that you're looking to pursue in college, both running and playing hoops?
No, I think I'm going to pursue track probably because, I mean, I'm better at track and it's the sport I like doing the most. So I'm going to commit to track.
Beautiful. Well, for a guy that just got his driver's license, he certainly has some wheels. Back up to you guys.
That's exactly right, Joe. Thank you as always. Marcus has been a thrill to watch this season, and we've gotten to really meet and know him just with his sustained excellence. And it's been performance after performance. We are quickly approaching the women's 3K steeplechase. That first barrier, at least one of them, on the straightaway. Won't go out until the runners make their first trip around the curve in the straight. Seven athletes in this women's steeplechase. None will belong to Lynchburg, but still some good storylines going on. Pfeiffer will have a pair. Maddie Hodik and then Michaela Borst will be the two to watch in that department. Athletes getting their final strides in on the back straightaway. On the Lynchburg, or excuse me, the men's side, same thing. It won't be any Lynchburg athletes, but a very loaded section. 21 athletes in that one. Start list are out for the 200-meter dash as well if you're not familiar with how it works. So you wait for athletes to declare so you don't have a lot of athletes scratching out after some of the other events. And there will be 7 sections on the women's side, 9 on the men's to conclude our action. Men's triple jump results are in. Jeremiah Freeman from Methodist wins at 13.91. That's meters, of course. 45.7 if you're looking at feet. Dimitri Hinton of Lynchburg finishes second. Adam Reifsteck of Nazareth in third. Mario Carter of Randolph in fourth. And David Dennis of Methodist in fifth. For Freeman, it was a new D3 number 17. He is in a really good spot.
Roughly 225 meters flat before hitting the first barrier. And then from then on, it's
About set. It's a very picturesque event in the steeplechase. You've got the flowers all around and the green in the trees, the water, it all looks majestic. It kind of reminds you a little bit of Augusta, right? Kevin, do you have any updates on the Masters right now?
Dude, it's fiery down there in Augusta, Georgia. Rory McIlroy came out, birdied his first 5 holes, took a 3-shot lead over DeChambeau. It's looking pretty good. He actually, I want to say cooled off, but all he did was par. So he's at 11 under. DeChambeau's at 8. I think those two are going to be the ones to watch, man.
Not a huge golf fan in terms of, I'm not going to go watch every weekend, but I feel like as a sports fan, you got to tune into the Masters. And Rory has always been my guy since I was little, somebody that I've liked to watch. So, you know, let's not air that out yet. I'm not going to, because the second I say that I like some sort of sports team or athlete, they'll end up getting second or third. So we're going to just wait.
Rory's always kind of had that Augusta curse on him. Everybody knows the old adage that goes, the Masters doesn't start until the last 9 on Sunday. So that's definitely something to kind of keep your eye on if you're a sports fan. I know I am. Big golf guy.
That's a great way to phrase it, too. I mean, that's like so true for so many different sports. It's really not until that final mark. We say you can lose a game or a race so many different ways early, but you got to go from the start to the finish, connected 100%. We know there have been some golf videos in the cards. I think our man Jonathan Faust actually was involved in one. We'll have to get some added insight on that. It was a rainy day. I haven't seen the full clip, but they were out on the course.
Yeah, I thought we were going to see him tee it up at Augusta this weekend with the way the swing was looking.
Maybe that's a next year project. I feel like Augusta National, if you're going to go, you might have to have some reservations far in advance. We're going to wait, though, because Faust is graduating, so if there's another career in the deck of cards. Steeplers are off and running here on the women's side. It's a very small section, as we said, compared to what we will see on the men's side. For the women, it's just 7 athletes. Exciting to see, especially knowing that some of these athletes are either competing in their first, or they will have a chance to really go out there and improve a PR. You don't get many stabs at it when you're going into the steeplechase. 6 athletes going around the oval. Maddie Hodik of Pfeiffer comes into this one with 11:48 personal best from Harrisburg, North Carolina. It's her first steeplechase of the season. She won the USA South Championships with that PR performance, and she was 3rd at Dennis Craddock last year. She's joined by Morgan Whitley of King. I believe Whitley is the one that is not out there right now, so it is pretty much a Pfeiffer, Davison Elkins, and Roanoke field. Michaela Borst for Pfeiffer, 12:11 PR. First with the 4x4 and DMR at the USA South Indoor Championships. She raced the 1500 and the 3K steeple at Craddock last season, and she's entered in 4 events this time, so a little bit of a different picture. Sarah Taylor of Davison Elkins, 12:32 personal best from Jack Toms. That was a 4th place finish in her debut. Alina Valent-Gode of Davison Elkins, 12:33 personal best. Savannah Reed of Roanoke and Rachel Snedden of Davison Elkins.
And you talk about sports. I remember Jack Tom's Invitational, we talked a lot about how that's the best time of the year, right? That was going on in March. March Madness is going on. This isn't a bad weekend to be a sports fan either, you know, especially for LHSN. Talked about all the events we've got going on here, but LHSN's doing everything. You talked about the hype video for the Masters. Micah Adams isn't here with us today. He's actually down in Bristol. Doing a little tailgate shoot for the NASCAR race down there. So LHSN getting involved kind of all over the place this weekend.
Several different places you got to be at this time of the year. It's always fun and exciting, and the spring season is always the busiest. Still going around the track, and Kevin, let me ask you, so as someone, you know, obviously both of us haven't competed in a steeplechase before, but this is an event that if you haven't watched track and field before, it's so different. What do you have to do you think, if you're just looking at the mindset for these athletes? It's late in the meet, maybe you've already ran an event or two, you know, what goes into it?
There's just a lot of mental preparation, right? You know, we talk about hurdles, what they've got going on. Well, how about jumping over a hurdle into a water pit? I mean, that's something that it definitely takes a special type of training for. And for a lot of these athletes, you know, you don't necessarily have a track, you know, with the steeple pit just laying around. So you got to do a lot of different tactics to kind of get yourself ready when meet day comes around. For a lot of these athletes, again, you kind of mentioned it. We saw some of them compete yesterday, the longer distance side. Doubling up with the steeplechase, not that uncommon, but definitely something you got to keep in mind when you talk about fatigue, not only on your body, but on your mind as well.
Glad you mentioned it, too, that it's not necessarily at every track, and obviously every college, when you look at just having a track setup, it'll be a little bit different, but some of the Longwood athletes before Jack Toms made their way here to the Hill City to get some practice in before the meet, and it's really important that you know at least the technique of that water jump, because it's not something that you get to practice every single day, but it does matter, and it does certainly go into success in a race like this.
I think that's what's so cool about these events. Other teams coming in, they'll come in a day or two early just to kind of get that feel, not only for the steeplechase, but you saw some other athletes come in and get out here on the track and kind of just getting acclimated with the area. That's actually a pretty good mental advantage whenever you come out here the day that you've got to run, knowing, okay, I've got a couple of days of practice under my belt on the competition surface.
Well, the weather here, too, has been pretty mild the last few days. But you think about some of the schools up north, especially for Jack Toms when it was 80 degrees here. It might be in the 50s up north, or a different temperature, especially in the PSAC range. I mean, that's like us going down to Florida right now, and it doesn't feel like it's too hot at the time, but you train in one temperature and one set of conditions, and it's entirely different. It's so impressive to see a lot of these athletes not only getting acclimated, but setting those personal best. And whereas in indoor, every race feels the same. You're inside, it's 72 degrees. You're not going to have rain falling on your head, and you get outside, it is truly a roll of the dice.
Yeah, we kind of related that at the top of the broadcast to what the Dolphins going to play in Buffalo. Yeah, it's just another game, or, you know, in track terms, it's just another event. But it's something that you can't prepare for. I mean, how can you simulate what the weather's going to be like, especially in a place like Lynchburg where even the natives don't even know what it's going to be like.
It's entirely different, and it's all part of the fun.
It is very, very great to see that sun. I think this is the first time today we've seen this place actually lit up. The cloud cover finally breaking through a little bit. I'm not sure how long that's going to last.
It's just getting color graded. We've been waiting all meet for the sun to come out. Finally does. See a little bit of blue in the sky. Davison Elkins up front here in this women's steeple. They've seen the sunlight all meet long. They have had a stellar performance across the board.
Yeah, I've been so impressed with their entire distance program. Obviously a lot of work and preparation, but you just can't make up for the talent that they have.
There's lots of it. Sierra Taylor for the Senators out in front right now. Elena Valangode is in second. Just 3 laps to go, and this is that stage of the race where you've probably felt good for a little while. Now you've got to start tuning things in. Senators really on an island up front. Savannah Reed's in third for the Maroons. They were ahead of pace through 1K. We mentioned that for so many of these athletes, they go out and you might not get many reps at it throughout the season, but the Senators looked strong, and it was definitely a committee effort to get things started. Sierra Taylor, just her second time racing the event. She's in front right now. You see on your screen Savannah Reed. 800 to go. Mentioned 12:32 is that mark, and just looking at the paces, have to feel like these athletes have a good shot at putting not only a big PR in the picture, but also a benchmark, maybe going under 12 minutes. Final distance event of the day. I was going to say, you know, when you look at how this race has shaped out, you think about the steeplechase always being that final one on day 2, but can you imagine this event being one of the first and then having to go into something else?
Man, that would be brutal. That's where I was getting ready to tie into it. I'd like to see, you know, maybe some of the distance guys, not necessarily for Lynchburg. I mean, it'd be cool to see them in there. Just come out here, just kind of do it for fun. I mean, I know we talk about kind of the mental challenge it is for the athletes, but I think, you know, especially when you look at the men's Lynchburg team, that's probably distance team. That's probably a challenge that they would welcome.
I think it would show you just how humbling this event can be if you haven't practiced it before, because that water jump, as we've said, you can't fake it. Some of the athletes who are competing in other events are going to the steeple pit. I've seen this a few times, and then they'll just wash off almost, just like a little quick breath of fresh air. Now, I don't know how clean the water is. refilled for every meet. It's not the same water from 2 weeks ago, but
I'm sure 2 weeks ago that was more common than we see. 80 degrees outside with those distance guys. They were probably over there using it like a cold tub.
That's right, the duck pond over in the D zone. Sierra Taylor is put on a display, and she is ahead of pace if she wants to go and break 12 minutes. Got to see what this water jump has in store. Don't forget about Valak Goad, 12:33 PR. So just a 1 second difference between those two in personal best. You can tell Sierra Taylor's really having herself a day. Gonna start extending out the stride a little bit. Final water jump. Over and away, and now just one more barrier. It's got to be the most liberating feeling, knowing this is it. 11:40 on the clock right now. Big time PRs here in the Hill City. Sierra Taylor, 11:50. Valak Goad heading on her way.
Savannah Reed of Roanoke, an 18-second personal best time for her.
So many results. You see a lot of the cheers, a lot of the celebration from some of the coaching staffs as well. Just shows you this event's tough, but if you can train well and do it right and just make sure you're hitting it at the right time of the season when fitness is also good, can really provide a nice result.
Yeah, you're seeing 3 finishers so far, all 3 of them with PRs. I think that trend probably going to continue as we see these final runners across the finish line. So that'll do it for the women's steeplechase. I will turn the page over to the men's section as they get ready to line them up. We kind of mentioned no Hornets will be taking place in this event, but definitely some quick times ready to get laid down. If you take a look at it.
Steeplechase is always fun too when you look at this men's side because yes, there are going to be a lot of different athletes in it, and that can provide a very interesting first few laps, knowing there's a lot of traffic at that water jump. Obviously, you don't want anybody to get hurt. You want to try to keep things as smooth sailing as possible, but you already know it's going to be a little physical. Now, when you have one section, you might see a little more separation between that top time and the back half, knowing that, yes, there is a great disparity. It might shake out that in the first lap or two, it's already very separated. But you think about championship races when things are a little bit slower. It's going to be so much fun to see, who waits to go at the final second.
You talk about a lot about distance guys, not necessarily trying to run a quick time every single time they're in an event. And if they do get that quick time, they might take a week or 2 off. How about Mason Sanders? Stats don't lie. This is his 3rd straight steeple appearance.
I mean, that tells you, obviously, there's a commitment to this event for the conference championships. There is no lying that he is going to go out there and wants to set a nice time for King, but you also understand that it's normally coming from seasons in the past. You see a lot of athletes who are maybe doing 1 or 2 steeples in their first season doing it, and then it gets a little more extended as the years go on.
I'm not sure how I would feel about my main event being the steeplechase and running that week in and week out. That'd be a daunting task.
And I think mentally it provides a different bit of conflict knowing you can't do much during the indoor season to prepare for it. You know, you can get fit. And as Coach Jake Reed says, you know, even in an event like this, you got to be able to run a fast 3K before you can run a fast steeplechase. And a lot of people sometimes overlook that maybe the fitness isn't there. But then you got to add in barriers. You got to find a way to do water jumps without filling the pit every single time from practice. Right now, they're over there at the water jump adjusting the height. It goes up a little bit for the guy's side. I'm going to throw this answer back to you that we were talking about earlier, Kevin. You were saying how some of the distance athletes should get out and do it. Now, I feel like with practice, it might be a little bit easier at the men's height, but I think I would only be confident in saying that I could maybe get the water jump in the women's.
Do you have to go over it? Can't you just go around it?
See, that would be nice.
I mean, that would probably be my main goal. I mean, if I can clear it once, because I know, you know, consistently making these laps, about the last lap, I would probably just belly flop over that hurdle.
And pull out the John Wall crossover and just go around it.
You would think we're at a swim meet and I'm going for a dive competition.
That's right. We've talked about it. I can't remember if it was on our last track broadcast or not, but you think about the water and like false starts and swim, how you got to get out of the entire pool if you jump early. I feel like it's kind of the opposite here with the steeplechase. Like if you end up going in and your jersey's drenched, it's probably a sign that the race has not gone according to plan.
We talk all the time about how athletes train for this or they want to do it. And in some cases, you know, that's not necessarily the case because you talk to some athletes, I'm not going to give any of my sources away, but if they're short distance runners and they get thrown into those kind of mid-distance events, you know, they might be thinking, well, what if I flinch on purpose? Got to get myself taken out of it.
You can't let your coach see if you're going to do that. You hear that in high school a lot because everybody wants to go home, and then all of a sudden you get put in the 4x4 at the final meet of the day. Then you're letting down 3 other people too, though. So if you're going to flinch, you better make sure that you're on it.
Yeah.
That is a scary sign. Don't want to see a coaching staff that is upset.
I think for something for the steeplechase, though, as an athlete, you've got to love it. There's no faking that. You know, you've kind of mentioned that. Whenever we're going through these lineups, I mean, these athletes have blistering time, so there's no faking that. And of course, this is the last event on the track surface that we have for heat sheets. But we do have the 200 coming up. We've been calling that kind of the main event all weekend. Heat sheets finally out after athletes declared a few moments ago. And that one, if you're still with us, I would strongly urge you to stick around. That 200, it's going to be something fun to watch. A lot of quick guys here this afternoon. You've seen a couple of guys that were slated to run the 400 decide to withdraw from that one and focus their energy on what we're calling the main event. Nonetheless, you still got the steeplechase coming up here on the men's side, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Fast field will wait for introductions until this race gets started. Mason Sanders, the high seed, the senior from King. Normally it's a committee effort if you're doing the steeplechase. You're going to have a few teammates in there. You see a few King athletes, a few from Pfeiffer. Let's run down the list. Mason Sanders, as we already said, wearing hip number 1, 9:44 personal best. Ran 10:18 in the steeple last time out. He's going to be in a golden position, and you feel like knowing what he has accomplished already, there's going to be a lot of confidence. Eli Julian, hip number 2, running unattached for Liberty. No results recorded yet, so maybe a good opportunity here to put something fast on paper.
If you are, just a mainly flat distance guy, can you use the steeplechase as sort of a training? It's got to help out the stamina, right? Being able to go this long with hurdles, on the track.
Definitely a good workout when you look at, sometimes too, coaches will employ certain races as a workout. You want to have maybe just a different type of result or learn to do different things. We'll have to wait and see here in this race. I think you'll be able to tell who's here to contend. Paul Lenkoff, somebody else we haven't talked about from Davis and Elkins, a 950 personal best. He ran 10:35 at Jack Tom's for 6th place. Only ran the steeple at the Mountain East Outdoor Championships, and that was his PR time. Somebody else who might emerge here in the field. Early lead for Cannon Powell. Got to try and keep your splits as transparent as possible. You want to see who can get there in first, obviously, at the end of the race. But to figure that out, there's a little bit of piecing the puzzle together. Splits are a little bit different running the 3K, knowing that when you go across the finish line, it's not directly going to be a mile after 4 laps. You got to look at the other side of the track, and so very strategic for coaches to know where to be.
Around 2:29 through the opening 800 for Cannon Powell Pfeiffer.
Every water jump, it feels like it's a little steeper. But right now, Cannon Powell, comfortable out in front. Rest of the field right behind him. Eli Julian sitting in second. Think he's content to let this one go at the start. 3:10 through 1,000.
So just a click under 9:30 pace up front.
And you look at a guy, like Eli Julian, who we don't necessarily have a lot of notes on. So he's coming in kind of with a seeded time, unattached. But you also know he's training over at Liberty. So he's got to give him a little bit of slack. Those are always wild cards, though. When you see someone enter an event, can't really dig up any results on them. They come in unattached.
I always think it's fun when we think we have the story figured out. Keyword think. And then you end up seeing a whole different picture by the end. Right now, the indication is that Cannon Powell wants to hold this one. Comes in as hip number 4, 950 personal best. That was from High Point. Building a lot of confidence. He was 3rd in the 5K, 4th in the 3K at the USA South Indoor Championships. Eli Julian, though, just looks comfortable leading the chase pack along with the man who was the favorite, Mason Sanders.
The tough part about the steeplechase is, we talk a lot and everything, really, the 5K, the 10K, those longer distance races about if someone kind of gets out in what we call no man's land, lead out in front by themselves, well, then how do they pace themselves? Is it kind of a mindset thing? Do they have a watch on that they're looking at? Do they have a coach letting them know, kind of what their mark is? If you get out in front here, you can't really alter your game plan too much.
There are a lot of coaches out there that won't necessarily love their athletes having watches on. You want to promote competition, not worrying about the times. But like you said, I think an event like this, it might be a little bit easier just to know, at least hearing splits on the sideline, because, in the steeple, it does kind of matter to be on that right pace early, especially if it's not a championship setting.
Term we used a couple of times, cruise control. That's what Cannon Powell seems to be running on right now. I don't think Eli Julian's going to quite let him get away. As you see, he's starting to stretch away from that chase pack.
Well, there's 3 laps to go, and it still looks like he's comfortable over the barriers. But Julian has looked good all race as well. For somebody like Julian, too, when you're not necessarily running with a lot of results recorded, obviously steeplechase, is a different type of race. You really got to go in with confidence and just try to attack every barrier because, you know, if you let this race get away from you early, it is not a fun one.
6:21, 6:22.
Two more water jumps to go after this. The man in the lead, Cannon Powell. Coming up on the back end of this section. Big field, 21 athletes. Gonna be 800 to go.
800 meters to run here.
Just over 7 on the clock. Final event of the day will be the 200-meter dash. The women and then the men. That'll conclude things from Dennis Craddock. Saw on the far end of the field, the lacrosse team was out and dressed up, heading to dinner before they go and play their game at 7. A lot of exciting stuff going down in the Hill City. We'll have to see if we can find some of the results from other Lynchburg sports events as well. For all the hometown fans, probably several of them waiting for those 200s where the Hornets should have a decent number of athletes. One section on the men's and women's side here for the steeplechase. Impressive showings all around. Powell. Not exactly out of reach for Eli Julian, but it would take something extraordinary with a lap to go. About 8:20 on the clock. Powell starting to speed up a little bit, a little extra confidence. You wonder if he can go and be a contender in the USA South for the conference title. All signs point to go today. He hasn't looked like he's struggled really on any barrier. Has run this one smoothly and dominating the final 2/3. After a K, it has really been his race to lose. Final water jump in stride, and here we go. Just the straightaway remains. What a dominant display for Cannon Powell. 950 personal best. That will be shattered with this performance. The Falcons out of Meisenheimer, North Carolina. Spreading their wings today. He likes it as he sails through the line. 9:37. Eli Julian going to put up a nice result to get things started. Don't forget the teammate from Pfeiffer, Coleman Huggins.
For Powell, obviously a PR by quite a margin. Also the new Division III number 54 mark of that performance. It kind of looks like he did that one with a little bit of ease. Have some left in the tank.
Especially being alone for so much of that race. Saw for a second Cooper Niebel, who has a UNCG shirt on. You're thinking, well, why is he cheering on the Roanoke athletes? It's because it's his alma mater. Now helping out at Greensboro. Pretty cool to see that. We've mentioned it throughout the meet. Track and field, such a great connected community. Some of the final finishers sprinting their way home. .200-meter dash will be a good one. Heat sheets are out. The start list will feature 3 from Liberty in that first section. We always know there are going to be theatrics to end a meet. This one, you have to feel like it's no different. Right, Kevin?
Oh, it's going to be a lot of fun. We kind of built it up all weekend, you know, with a different setup. The 4x4 being ran yesterday, the 200, kind of our main event. And we've got a lot of speedy guys and girls ready to get after it here today on Dr. Jack Tom's track.
Yana Sherrard will enter the 200 with the fast seed, 24.71, but she has company, 3 under 25. Elle Bass for Liberty, Sydney Trussell for CNU. Very unorthodox to see everybody lining up on the other side of the track here at this stage of the race. Normally we have at least one more event after, and this will end up being it. Trying to find some of our other results as well. Colin Sliwa of CNU, 56.90 for the new D3 number 10. He wins the men's hammer throw. Rowan Gerlach of Rio Grande for second. Latrell Fomby, CNU for third. Keegan McKinney of Rio Grande won the men's shot put. His teammate Gerlach also second in that event. Some of the other events just finishing up here on this Saturday. A little overcast, and that was the expectation, but the sun has snuck out, trying to get through the clouds. So many of these athletes, if they ran the 100-meter and that was their only event, if they're going on the 1-2 double, they've had a lot of rest time. To come back for this too, you got to feel confident then that you can maybe come out and still feel somewhat fresh.
How about the flip side of that? What if you started with a 4x1 and you went into prelims for the 1, say you made the finals, there's 3 under your belt today, and then we'll call it a break, but if you've already got 3 events in, I'm sure it doesn't feel like much of a break. You're ready to go into this 200.
Not at all, and that's kind of what you want to emulate if you're a coach with someone who you know can win several events in the postseason. You got to be prepared to do it all in one day. See the names on your screen. Mentioned some of them already earlier today. Elle Bass was somebody who was in there for the 100-meter final. Crossed the line in third, second in prelims. Yana Sherrard, someone else who can really come in and make a difference. She ran the 400 earlier today, a PR 57.53 if you'll remember in that performance for the Flames.
Someone else we saw a lot of, is that Elle Bass?
That's right, Trinity Alexander also in the mix. Lynchburg will have one in this first section, Riley Turner, 25.44 personal best.
It seems like every week she's competed in the 200. She set a new personal best for her, so definitely something to keep an eye on if you're a Hornet fan. She's in a fast heat. She's going to surprise a lot of folks today.
And she's one of those who has run the 100 prelims, 100 finals, 4x1. You wonder what the coaching decisions are, and especially, you know, trying to look at the other side of the track. We'll try to see and decipher who's running and who's not. Fast section of the women's 200. 7 heats. You got to watch the middle lanes, Sherrard and Bass. Past the crowd of spectators and other athletes. Everybody's down in their blocks, just about ready to go. A curve and a straightaway. Kind of feel like these will be pretty much fast to slow, so this will be quick. A time that will likely win the event. Up and away we go. The Liberty contingent out and on their way. Sherrard doing what she does best and heading to the front. Is she going to have any company as she sails down the final 50 meters? Don't think anybody's going to catch her. Just north of 24 seconds. 24:52 for a personal best. Sydney Trussell goes number 25 in D3, 24:94. Elle Bass settles for third. Wind is perfect. Pretty much the flag is limp at this point. And that was an easy looking race for Sherrard. Got out and never looked back.
You get into those short type of races, it's all about the block start, right? I mean, she got out picture perfect. And I've said it a couple of times throughout different meets this year. That's one that if you could get a good video of, that would be taught in the course.
That's right, and you know, that textbook material obviously is not just the blocks and it's not just the drive phase, but it's really connecting the dots. And sometimes it's easier in a distance event to look at different parts of the race and say this is when things went wrong. Because in a sprint event, you have fewer seconds to really analyze it all. But you're really starting to see it on your screen, some of what it takes to be successful. Here's a look at Section 2. Betsy Monkern, Tatiana Langston, Eleanor Hinckley, all from the ODAC, obviously. Janelle Anderson and Jaden Turner joining that conversation as well. 5 of them, but they've all been in those top sections of the ODAC Conference Championships. Will be fun to see what goes down this time. Betsy Monkern spoke with us earlier after her hurdles performance. A big one in the 100 hurdles. We'll see what she can do this time around. Gunfire, Section 2 is off and running. Rosario Watson, somebody to watch as well from Methodist, who is speedy on the inside.
Talk about a start. I think Monkern got a really good start. It's going to be fun to see down the stretch. This one's going to be close.
Oh, wow. Rosario Watson, Patton Monkern, who wants it in the final footsteps? It's going to go Methodist way. Wow. That is as fun of a race as you're going to see. Never really knew which way it was going. 25:69 for the section victory. Rosario Watson competing in several events throughout the meet. 6th in the 400, 2nd in the women's triple. More familiar names here in the 3rd heat. Taylor Samuels of Longwood in 1. Jaden Roach of Rio Grande in 2. Jessica Taylor of Randolph in 3. Faith Sidwell of Liberty in 4. Melania Millard of UNCG in 5. Liliana Aravalo, Naomi Rhodes of Longwood, and Peyton Wilson, as you see on your screen. It's going to be an interesting battle. Faith Sidwell, somebody that we've seen from right down the road at Liberty. Sidwell 26-22 is the fast seed in the section. Really anybody's game. We saw Rosario Watson in lane 2, even being in an inside lane. Still a very nice time. Heat 3 around the curve. Really all even so far. Maybe a few steps for Jessica Taylor. And really 5 wide heading down the final straightaway. Oh, it's going to be extremely close. Aravalo and Rhodes have been sight for the Lancers, and looks like Liliana Aravalo might have gotten there in front. Wait for the official results, 26-21.
Section number 3, 26-21. Personal best time for her, Jessica Taylor, 26-38.
Taylor and Sidwell finish up the top 3. Breezing through these 200s.
On to section number 4. Lane 1 will be Helena Bryan and Meredith. Lane 2, Maya Palm-Puffy, Shenandoah. 3, Kendra Grooms of Rio Grande. 4 will be Olivia Dawson of UNCG. 5, Kiara Williams of UNCG. 6 will be Amanda
Always great to see so many different divisions represented, and it's really evident in every single section. You're starting to see it, though, in some of these 200s. UNCG, the D1 level, you've got all your D3s. Don't forget about Rio Grande at the NAIA level. Also nice to finish this meet up here somewhat early on this Saturday afternoon as we move into the evening, knowing a lot of teams that are traveling back still don't have to get back in the wee hours of the night. Another full house making its way around the track. UNCG has a pair in the middle who will try to make some noise here on the final straightaway. It's a battle between Dawson and Williams. Dawson maybe has a hair out in front, and she will get to the line in first. 26-97. Kiara Williams and Kendra Grooms round out that top 3.
Section number 5, Heat 7, lane 2 will be Jocelyn Zenko, Warrior 3, Maddie Morton of Meredith. In lane 4, Jennifer Maria Randolph. 5, it'll be Amy Oleski of
Section 5 on the way. For the men, it will be 9 sections, plus those late additions. Kevin, sometimes in these types of events, especially when you're declaring, you might see some late additions or some switches.
Yeah, I think a lot of the athletes that were kind of on that entry list maybe taking this event off. And well deserved, after you kind of mentioned a lot of them were at least 2 events in, if not 3, considering the 4x1, the prelims, and the finals of the 100 that we've talked about.
Well deserved and probably well thought out for the next few weeks. Back to training tomorrow or Monday, and then you think about what the rest of the season looks like. For Lynchburg, they'll be heading to Brian Clay this week on the distance side. some midweek festivities at Azusa Pacific. It's an event that is one of the biggest on the D1 scale, fun to watch as we move into this 5th section. Jennifer Moore for Randolph. A few steps to get out in front, makes up the stagger, now just has to hold on the final straightaway. Hauling down the final 50. That one looks easy for Jennifer Moore. 27.05. What an extra wind that time around. So it was really like 0.1, 0.2 earlier, now at 2.6. So you see on the top of your screen, Jocelyn Zonko finishes 2nd, Caitlin Moy in 3rd.
I like one of those things you mentioned earlier. We're going to get out up here relatively early, Saturday evening. Something you don't normally see at these long track meets. I think that helps the athletes too. You get an opportunity to go back, do a little recovery and resting. A lot of times you'll see these athletes after competing Friday and Saturday, still be very tired come Sunday. But you get a well rest and enjoy their, I guess we'll call it a one-day weekend after putting in a lot of work the last 2 days.
A little bit of just a mental fatigue as well. You see so many athletes that just stay in compete mode throughout the season. It goes back to indoor, even some of these athletes competing at the national level. And then all of a sudden you're doing it again. Here at Lynchburg, a lot of people lucky to have school off on Wednesday. Student Scholars Showcase in the house. A little bit of a different event. Some of the Hornets get to showcase some of what they've been working on here as we move on to the 6th section. Ariana Beverly of Ferrum, 28.72 seed time. She's the quickest here in this heat. We'll see if that holds up.
I don't think we're going to see her in this heat.
Here's a little bit of extra movement from Niara Beverly Aiken on the outside, running unattached. This looks like smooth sailing as she's going to lean through the line. No one close.
She made that one look relatively easy.
We've seen a lot of tight finishes throughout the day. I think we've almost seen more tight finishes in some of those 800s earlier than we have in these sprint events.
We had a lot of fun, and what was that, heat number 2? You saw Methodist and Lynchburg all going head-to-head. Not many nail biters. I don't know if that's a testament to kind of fatigue or just athletes coming out and saying, I'm going to win this and it's not going to be close.
That's right. You see some people coming in fresh as well. Not as much at this stage of the season, but you think about events and how, other athletes might be specializing in that 200. Final section, as you see on your screen. Samau and Thornton separated by 0.04 of a second, so this one could be tight. Then moving over to the men's heats, 9 of them. That'll round out our action from Dennis Craddock. Had the chance to talk with so many different athletes. Of course, Coach Sprecher earlier on. He will be moving to USC Aiken at the end of the season, so really on the farewell tour here at Lynchburg. Gotta watch Desariah Perrin for Methodist, but a tight battle with Samau in the final steps think Samau gets there for the Hornets. 28:43. That's a personal best for both of those.
Right when we talk about not having close finishes, they give us a race to watch.
That's right. Top 3 PR, 4 of 6 in that field. How about that? Samau wins 28:43. That rounds out our women's races. Now we get set to turn the page to the men's side, and we get to watch Troy Mason again. What a fun time we had earlier. Just absolutely dominant to win the men's 100-meter dash.
That was one of those, this is his 4th event of the day.
Wow.
And it's not like he's just been competing.
No, he's been winning.
Been putting on a show. We saw what he did in his leg of that 4x1. In prelims, he came out and blew everybody out of the water. Kind of picked up where he left off in the finals of the 100. It's going to be interesting to see, does fatigue play a factor for him? Because it certainly didn't look like in any of the 100 events.
Not at all, and just a 200th of a second difference between his prelim and final, like you said. Men's squad number 21 in NAIA, at least coming into this weekend with their 4x1. Obviously, that will likely go down, knowing several other teams will be in competition this weekend.
I think a good test of that fatigue will be kind of seeing what time he posts. He's the only guy coming into the 200 sub 21, a 20:93 mark. That's awfully quick.
Sure is, and Jacinto Jones II really struggled earlier, at least when you're looking at the comparison to previous 100 times. Ran 11:12. That time out, he ran 10:73 as his PR. He was 15th in the 200 at the NCAA D3 championships back in 2024.
Get to see our guy Michael Ham, who we talked to earlier today.
Back out there with his teammate as well, Jalen Jones. So we'll introduce the order. Daly in 2 for Pfeiffer, Michael Ham for Lynchburg in 3. Troy Mason for Rio Grande in 4. Jacinto Jones II for Mary Washington in 5. Eric West of Randolph in 6. He has been sensational at a great 100 earlier. Jalen Jones of Lynchburg in 7. Dominic Stevens of King in 8. 20:93, Troy Mason's PR. Will anybody go under that one? This could be quick, but it has been a heavy day 2 on the sprint side. Are there any fireworks left? Curve and a straightaway will reveal the final answer.
Evan, this is going to be quick. My goodness, every single one of them got out of the blocks hot.
They are rolling, and Troy Mason, you see the size out in front. He will not be denied as he heads for home. Oh my goodness. A big time result. Looks like he dips under that PR. How about that? 20:91. Jacinto Jones II, 21:40 for D3 number 6. We mentioned that the 200 is really his bread and butter. Michael Ham goes 21:88. All around, that is a stellar performance.
Troy Mason, in his 4th event of the day, goes out and sets a PR.
When you saw him coming around the curve too, I mean, you said it. It looked right away like this was going to be quick. There was simply no time wasted in that assessment. Second section on your screen. Tydrick Stewart, 21:97 for Methodist. He ended up finishing 4th in the men's 100 finals, 10:80. Well, we wondered if there was anything left. Starting to figure it out. What a great first section. Matthew Mitchell had a nice race earlier, so did Justin Mosley. Two others to watch. Full house, all 8 heading around the curve. Little extra movement from Mosley and 3, but he's gonna have his hands full. Oh, this is a tight finish on the way as well. 3 in the mix. Might be a picture perfect finish. 21.96 for Stewart. Edges out the competition. Mosley and Mitchell settle for second and third, separated by just 100th. Photo finish in section 2. Tydrick Stewart did not look like he was in a great position coming off the curve, but still gained a little extra speed in those final 30 or 40 meters. On to this third section. Then Evan Woodson, 22.37 seed coming in. Longwood and Rio Grande both have a pair here in this third heat of 9, the final event of the Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic. You can find all the results online at Blue Ridge Timing. We've tried and rehearsed all the field event results to you throughout the day. Code Red last night, Senior Day today. All the festivities have lived up to the hype here in the Hill City. Look at this. Everybody wants to join the party. Few extra steps from Aiden Stewart, who really had a solid 100 out of lane 1. He does it in lane 3 this time. He does not like to lose. 22-21.
Couple of PRs for the top two. Aiden Stewart, 22-21. Spencer Harris, 22-48.
Season best for Marshall Madison of CNU.
Section number 4. Lane 1 will be Matthew Ryan of CNU. 2 will be Kendrick Love of Randolph. Lane 3, Kadir Royal of Pfeiffer. 4 will be Jordan Jones of Pfeiffer. 5 will be Bryson Hill of Roanoke. Lane 6, Marquez Duvernay being unattached. Lane 7, John Laser of CNU. And in lane 8, Albert Moss unattached.
Next section features a few Falcons from Pfeiffer. We've seen them on display today. Marcus Duvernay. Duvernay's been incredible out of Bassett High School.
He's been a lot of fun to watch, and got a chance to catch up with him. Joe Brennan down there kind of got his thoughts. See a guy like that, dual sport athlete in high school isn't that uncommon, but he declared he wanted to take track up whenever he went collegiate. That's what his main focus was. That's where he has the most fun, and I mean, for good reason.
Feels like a future in this sport is definitely something you can expect if any of those performances line up with what we've seen so far. Another loaded section. Everybody out of their blocks cleanly. It's a lightning quick start from Bryson Hill of Roanoke in 5. A lot of different points in this race when you can give up the lead. For Bryson Hill, he doesn't want it to be any of them. Through the line untouched. 22:34 for a personal best. Jordan Jones and Matthew Ryan also PR for the top 3 in the section. How about that? Bryson Hill, somebody who is a part of this Roanoke sprint squad that is really starting to be in a good position. That's his only event of the meet here at this 200, so you could expect a little extra firepower, but wow, to go out and execute like that, that's hard to do this late.
Yeah, he was quick. You mentioned PRs for the top 3 as season best. John Laser out of CNU. Duvernay, we saw him break 50 earlier in the 4. 22.9s for him. Really good showing for him. A lot to build on.
Next section features a pair of Hornets, Logan Koenig and James Young. Waning minutes here of the Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic, but all in all, so many great performances. Seeing a lot of freshmen that are coming into the conference picture with a lot of confidence. Rain has held off throughout the meet. There was a little bit of a sprinkle yesterday, but most of the rain happened before the running events could get started. Heat 5, up and running. Quick start from James Young of Lynchburg in the gray singlet. We'll see what he can do. You gotta watch the inside as well. Travis McFadden maybe wanting to enter the picture. How about this from the youngster, James Young? Does he have enough to get through the line? It's gonna be tight. The extra lean might be going the way of Mohammed Ahmed. No, it's James Young who holds on by 100th of a second. 23:14. Ahmed goes 23:15.
Look at that difference between 3rd and 4th.
Wow, there is none. 23:25, and all in all, I mean, it was really tight off the curve. We've seen so many of these 200s. You don't see that as much in the 100. I wonder if that's just a product of the fields that we've had today. Four more heats to finish things off here from Dennis Craddock. And this next heat coming up, it's going to be Jose Baez and Jalen Williams. Those middle lanes, USA South battle going down. That will be the ones to watch. Separated by 200ths of a second. Baez 23:54 seed coming in.
You look at all the seed times for this heat. Right there together. Less than 2/10 from first to 8 in this section. So you want to talk about anybody's ball game? Well, this is the race for it.
I mean, these are the heats where you want as many people as you can get to be in the picture. It'll be a lot of fun. Those are those PR heats where you know that you can execute and you know that you probably have a PR on the way if everybody runs as advertised. Middle of the track is going to be where your eyes need to be. The long stride of Jalen Williams. Already in front, he will move through the line with ease. Wasn't touched in the final 100 meters. You could see what it means going through the line to have that well of an executed race. Top 4 PR, 22:89 for Jalen Williams. Came in with a 23:56 PR. So big time dip down to not only get that PR under a new second, but to really be in a good spot for the conference.
And when you're in a heat where everybody's so close, you know, on seeded times and what you're coming in, you know, you can expect to see those guys run together. If one of them sets a PR, you'll see that throughout the field in the top 5 that he's setting PRs.
That is just one of those races when you know, as we just said, if everybody does it as we expect, could be a big time result. Tristan Duplessis and Aiden James, the middle lanes. Up and away, quick start from Duplessis. Or not Duplessis, rather, lane 5, Aiden James. Different singlet for Southern Virginia, but the eyes have to go to Carson Grew on the outside. He's going to be the one that gets through the line. 23:75.
Amazing job by him. You saw him get out quick in that outside lane. You're wondering if that stagger was going to play a factor. He was able to maintain it throughout the curve. Had a couple of steps on Aiden James coming down the final 100.
For those who don't know, too, with the outside and inside lanes, the reason that 4 and 5 are preferred placement is that you can see competition on both sides, but you're also not turning too much or too little. Not making it a tight turn if you're on the inside, but you're also in lane 8, really having to run extra distance. Just 2 more sections to conclude the Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic. Two more 200s this time around. We're going to look at Jacob Childs in lane 4 for Longwood. Pair of freshmen in the middle lanes. Heading around this time, Childs, as we anticipated, out in a hurry. As company to his left, Alexander Jr. might be close enough to make it a battle, but right now, this is solo swimming up front. About 24 seconds.
I don't know if we can use cruise control in a shorter distance race. Jacob Childs, 23.90 new PR. He kind of looked like he was on cruise control there.
It's as close as you're going to get if there's such a thing. Scheinbeck for Methodist in second. 200s have produced several PRs. You know, you wonder how many of these athletes are doubling back. Wish you just had an official statistic because it has been a very strong display.
It's always good to see, right? We kind of advertise this as the race to stick around for because with the unorthodox schedule, 200 not usually the last, but we sold it as our main event, and these athletes are definitely coming out and performing. You're seeing PRs and season best. At least half the athletes in every section, it feels like.
Well, this is the final section of Dennis Craddock, too. It feels like every section, as you said, has resulted in PRs. Let's hope we get one more good one in store for our final section. So many different races. It leads to this, the final one here in the men's 200-meter dash. Everybody just about ready to get down in their blocks. Taylor, Stewart, Jeter, Shariah, Easley, Walshley, and Nelson. Last event of the day.
Here we go.
Drake Stewart. A good start in lane 2. Gotta watch Walshley outside as well. Are we gonna be treated to one more photo finish here on Jack M. Tom's track? Oh, we might be. Comes down to a tight lean. I think Walshley's gonna have it. 23.06. Drake Stewart goes 23.30.
You got at least one. You know, some of these freshmen in the field, well, there's number 2. Definitely got some PRs in there.
I mean, that was obviously one of those things where you see the 200. There's so many different events, so many different athletes throughout the day, but you know that it's going to be impressive and obviously building for the future. And we have our man Tristan Wright with us, who has been sensational not only today but all season long. Tristan, can you hear us?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, so let's start out with this. That 4x1 was incredible, and I don't think that many people had Lynchburg winning that section if you look going into your legs. So what was walking through your mind knowing that, yeah, I got to play catch up, but also not going out too fast?
Man, just coming in like all this week was just like get around the track. I'm not sure if y'all know, but there's a curse going around here saying that the boys team, we can't get it on the track. And last week we proved, well, not last week, but our first home meet, we proved that right. So really it was just do what you can to get around the track. So when I came out, I knew I wasn't gonna come out as strong as I needed to, but as long as I had the baton in my hand, it was just do what you got to do. So that's what I did.
No curses today. You got the whole squad coming in with you for this one. I got to ask y'all one more question. I mean, this is what it's all about. It's been a committee effort, and you see what your performances have been, but obviously you get 4th in the indoor season, and this team is showing already that the trajectory is going right back to nationals and having a strong team finish. So what is there to improve upon between now and getting to ODAX and even the rest of the meets?
It's just, what can I say? It's just little stuff that we could work on with everybody on the team at least. What are they doing, bro? But nah, it's just little stuff that we could work on. little stuff that can do big things for us. So as long as we get that good, we're coming for it all.
We know you're hard on yourself out here on the track. You talked after you broke the program record. You weren't happy with your start. Are you at least happy with that 4x1? You're able to get the baton around. #1 in the conference right now. How does that make you feel?
If y'all know me personally, y'all know I'm never satisfied. Never, ever, ever satisfied until I win nationals. That's just my mindset coming in. So when I knew from the jump, it was like just get it on the track. But today I can't be mad. We got it around the track, you know, with a group that we just got this week. So yeah, I'm happy for it. So
got to be proud with that. And then one more question. I mean, you've seen what this body of work has looked like this year. It's something that we haven't seen in Lynchburg for a long time. But what's the next step? You know, before you look at the postseason, what in training do you need to tweak to be ready for those big moments?
Tweak it all. Fix whatever you can. Even if you don't know what it is, fix whatever you can. So when it comes to big races like conference and nationals, you'll be prepared.
And we talked a lot today about seeing runners do kind of the 4x1, then the prelims, then the 100 finals. A couple of them ran the 200. I know you're not a big 200 guy, but why don't we see you out there?
Hey, I'm going through some injuries right now. So.
Well, if you're going through injuries, goodness gracious, I feel bad for everybody else when it's fully healthy. But, Tristan, we appreciate you as always. Big-time performances this weekend. Keep running fast.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
Tristan Wright, happy enough to join us here at the end of the meet. Obviously, it has been a long day. It's been a lot of fun, and just the culture in general for this team. I tell you, I mean, you see so many youngsters coming into the picture who have put on good performances, but they also know that there is something big on the other side. The national championship's on the way very soon. And, you know, Kevin, I mean, it's a conversation that hasn't been afforded before because you recognize this Lynchburg team is just on the podium for the first time in program history at the indoor championships, but you feel like that's the expectation now, right?
Yeah, and there's so many young guns doing it for Lynchburg. You know, when you look at the distance side, a lot of those guys, juniors and seniors, and they've also got a lot of freshmen coming in on the distance side, and not to mention a guy like Tristan Wright, Jamarcus Brown in the high jump. I mean, this team, the sky is the limit for them. If they can continue to grow, stay healthy, and just get better. I mean, there's a national championship coming in the future. I don't think fourth is going to be quite their goal.
That's right. There's something that is long a ways on this climb that this team knows. They're ready to go, and so does Tristan Wright, who had a really good day. Obviously, if you joined us at any point during the Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic, we appreciate you for all the support here on LHSN. We've got to get out of the press box. Think lacrosse has a game coming up, or maybe some of the people are still working that lacrosse game, but nonetheless, it's been a fun setup, a fun meet, and we will be back here for the Hill City Twilight. It's more of a one-day affair, a final qualifier, but we're excited, and we can't wait to get things started. Kevin, any final comments from day two?
Man, it was fun. I mean, we knew coming in we were going to see some quick times with some of the top athletes, but just again, the showing that you get from all across the NCAA, right? I mean, you're seeing Division I teams out here. Liberty put on a good showing. Division II squads coming out. And then, of course, Division III, ODAC schools, making that late charge for these conference championships coming up, man. It's going to be fun to watch.
Fun indeed. A big surge on the way, and it's been a fun one to see some special results here in the Hill City at the Dennis Craddock Coaches Classic. A big thanks to everybody who worked with us throughout the entire meet and all the directors that have been involved. Right now, it's Mr. Jonathan Faust, who's been great with us today. On behalf of my partner in crime, Kevin Nestor, I'm Evan Gates, saying so long from the Hill City.